Police, we are learning more about a use of force incident early this morning and 2 deadly shootings in the city. What the chief of police had to say just a short time ago about this violence.
And clearing all that snow. Both St. Paul and Minneapolis declare snow emergencies after this week's snowstorm. What that means for folks who usually park their car on the street.
That's never fun. And this is fun. It's game day. The Gopher volleyball team ready for tonight's Sweet 16 matchup. How about that? More of the tough competition and what makes this year's team so special. We
Let's go.
Pulling for them. Sky-U-Ma.
For sure. Go Gophs. We'll talk more about that and a whole lot more. Get you ready for the weekend, the cold weekend coming our way, guys. Back to you.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. We will see you at 6 o'clock. As we head to break, we want to take you all around the metro and even the Northland here this morning. We've got a live look at Minneapolis, Duluth, St. Paul, and Maple Grove waking up with much better road conditions than we had yesterday. But Kelly mentioned it. We're about to dive into some cold temperatures here. Cody Matz will have a look at your forecast coming up when the Fox 9 Morning News at 6 gets started in just 2 minutes. We'll see you there.
Now on Fox 9 Morning News at 6 a.m.
It was a busy night for Minneapolis police. They're now dealing with 2 deadly shootings on opposite ends of the city over less than a half an hour. What the chief of police is saying about the city's latest homicides. Tom.
Also, the DOJ, Department of Justice, suing Minneapolis schools. The DEI hiring practices the federal government says are unconstitutional. Plus,
what happened to me was unjust, uncalled for. I was simply on my lunch break.
A U.S. citizen detained by ICE agents in Minneapolis. More on his story and just how many other citizens are facing similar encounters.
Live and local all morning. This is Fox 9 Morning News at 6 a.m.
Good morning to you. We can exhale today. Nice to have you along here on the Fox 9 Morning News. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Tom Butler.
And I'm Kelly O'Connell. We do appreciate starting the morning with us here. Soon enough, though, when you breathe in, it'll take your breath away how cold it's going to get. Thankfully, the roads are much better today.
Are clear, man. After a crazy 2 days on our highways, MnDOT reporting clear roads. They're looking dry. We do have a couple issues out there early this morning. It's cold outside. And what I noticed when I stepped out the door, oh my goodness, there's so much snow everywhere.
It is. It's piled up.
This is what I live for.
Yeah. And it's not going anywhere for a little while with the real cold.
That's true. So you exhale and it's like, oh, that's not bad. And you walk outside late tomorrow or into Saturday, you exhale. It's going to be one of those. It's good times. It's real
We're
good
going
times.
to try to get to 0, maybe.
Maybe on Saturday. We might get out of the negative signs. It's one of those things. Here's the good news. In the grand scheme of things, at least referring to that, it is a short period of time. We're talking a brutal 36 hours, and that's about it. And for Minnesota standards, that's not terrible. And wait till you see the end of the 7-day forecast. Be a distant memory. There are shorts weather in the forecast. Minnesota shorts weather. You know what I'm talking about. 12 is where we currently sit. Granted, temperatures kind of all over the place depending on cloud cover. Some solid cloud cover here. You could see a couple little flurries at the moment. They're the larger flakes. It looks like kind of a snow globe effect, but it's not going to do anything. It's just kind of in this persistent pattern of, hey, we see a flake pretty much every hour of the day now. That's just kind of where we are. We will start to escape that as we move forward. Meanwhile, well below 0 in northern Minnesota, we've actually seen some clearing. So 11 below International Falls, 9 below in Hibbing, 10 above though in St. Cloud. A bit clearer conditions across the west, so temperatures have fallen into the single digits. There you go. There's some holes in the clouds just off to the west of the metro at the moment. But you also see a couple little flakes on there. We are going to see some of that in southern Minnesota as we get through the afternoon. Otherwise, temperatures topping out upper teens to right about 20 as we head into the afternoon hours. We'll talk more on this coming up here in a few more minutes. Let's get a look at those roads and the jam cams with Lauren and Draco. Hi, Lauren.
Good morning. I'm seeing a couple of early morning issues just starting to slow us down on your major highways. This first one in the Arden Hills area, 35W at Highway 10. We have 2 vehicles blocking the easy pass lanes. You can see we're driving slow here in the southbound direction. Over to Oakdale, 94 at Century Avenue. No backup here, but we do have a couple vehicles blocking your right shoulder this morning. Headed toward 494. And one other issue in Hopkins, 169. This had been causing a backup for about 10 minutes this morning. Right at 7th Street, we have a stalled vehicle blocking our right lane. So a couple of early morning backups. Traffic volume still quite low early this morning, and your roads are looking clear. That is the good news. Tom and Kelly, I'll have another look at your roads coming up in about 15 minutes.
Lauren, thank you. It is 6:03 right now, and it was a very busy night for Minneapolis police. The most recent incident, officers fired shots while responding to reports of someone with a gun.
And no one was hurt in that incident, but earlier in the night, 2 people were killed in 2 separate shootings. Our Bill Keller joins us now with what we know about both of these homicides. Bill, good morning.
Good morning, Tom and Kelly. In fact, this morning, the city's homicide unit now investigating 2 deadly shootings that happened on opposite sides of the city. Here's a look at those 2 locations. The first shooting happening on the city's north side. That's in the Hawthorne neighborhood. That was just before 9:30 last night. Then the second shooting happening less than 30 minutes later in the Elliott Park neighborhood on the city's south side. Now, here's what we know. When officers arrived at the first location, they found a man in his 20s who had been shot. The victim was taken to a nearby hospital where we're told he later died. Police believe it was a fight that led up to that shooting. They also say that 2 people involved fled the scene on foot before police got there. Now, the second shooting happened a short time later. It was just before 10 p.m. This one on Franklin Avenue near Nicollet. That's where police say that there was a group of people. They had been gathered. There was some type of altercation that escalated to gunfire. A woman in her 30s was shot. She was also taken to the hospital where she later died. Police say that the victim was on a nearby sidewalk when she was struck by a bullet, but it is unclear if she was involved in that fight.
In both cases, this appears to be altercations between specific people that then escalated to gunfire, which unfortunately is all too common with community violence in this city.
Now, the chief says despite the number of high-profile mass shootings, including the deadly attack at Annunciation Church and school, Chief O'Hara says the number of shooting victims is actually down 19% since this time last year. Investigators say they are following up on several leads, but no arrests have been made. Anyone with information about either one of these cases is asked to call Crime Stoppers. Tom and Kelly, anyone can submit an anonymous tip. You can do it online or by phone. That number, 800-222-8477. Back to you.
Right. Thank you, Bill. Also new this morning, a Minneapolis officer is on paid leave after firing his gun at an armed man.
So again, no one was hurt in this situation, but police say it was intense. It all started when a man called 911 reporting a neighbor was pointing a gun at his mom.
Officers then went to the exterior door of that suspect's apartment. While they were outside, the suspect suddenly emerged from the residence with a handgun in his right hand. Police officers gave multiple and clear commands for the suspect to drop the weapon. The suspect did not comply. One police officer fired 2 rounds. No one was struck by gunfire, and no one was injured during this incident.
You just heard from the police chief there. Now the suspect is in custody facing an assault charge for pointing a gun at his neighbor. The BCA is now taking over this investigation.
As ICE agents continue to conduct raids around the Twin Cities, we are hearing from American citizens who have been detained.
So the most recent incident happened Tuesday in Minneapolis' Cedar Riverside neighborhood. 20-year-old Mubashir is a U.S. citizen of Somali descent. He lived in Minneapolis. He's lived in Minneapolis since he was 1 year old. He says he was on his lunch break when he was approached by ICE agents.
I told him I'm a U.S. citizen. What is going on? He didn't seem to care. He dragged me outside through the snow while I was handcuffed, restrained, helpless, and he pushed me to the ground and he put me in a chokehold.
So Mubashir there is the second U.S. citizen that ICE detained that day alone. One report from the news organization ProPublica found immigration agents have detained more than 170 U.S. citizens nationwide in the first 9 months of the president's second term. We did reach out to ICE for comment on this case in particular, but have not heard back.
The DOJ, Department of Justice, is suing Minneapolis public schools over what they call unconstitutional hiring plans. The DOJ says hiring standards in the district's latest contract deal with the teachers union gives preference based on race and sex. The DOJ also alleges members of a third-party group called Black Men Teach has gotten more paid training days and layoff protections for years. Fox 9 reached out to the district for an interview or statement, but they said they, quote, do not comment on pending litigation. Talking sports, the Gopher volleyball team is vying for the NCAA title.
They have a Sweet 16 matchup tonight against Pittsburgh. It's going to be tough. Hannah Flood, though, joins us now with what makes this squad, this team, so special this year.
It's so special. They're in the Sweet 16, and this could be a team that makes a lot of noise here over the next couple of years. This group of Gophers, they're the youngest team left standing in this tournament. 5 of their 7 starters are freshmen. So again, this could just be the beginning of a little legacy here for the Minnesota Gophers. Minnesota is the number 4 seed in the tournament. They'll take on number 1 seed Pitt at 6 tonight in Pittsburgh. If they win, they will take on either SMU or Purdue on Saturday. There are a lot of other Big Ten teams still left in this tournament, including Nebraska, Indiana, and Purdue. Wisconsin also still in it. They have a match against Stanford tomorrow. So we'll, of course, be watching here at 6 o'clock tonight to see if the Gophers can advance here to the Elite 8.
How about that?
I know, and just a young team. So really, they should pat themselves on the back for all of this success, and
could have a little dynasty here.
And maybe the next couple of years we'll be seeing a lot more of this.
I like it.
Fun 4 years ahead. All right, Hannah, thank you. Appreciate it.
But it's time once again to primp our tree. We're giving away 5 trees on this, our 20th anniversary of primping for families in need this holiday. And thanks to our friends at Gerton's for providing the Tannenbaums. And they're also getting $200 Visa gift cards per family.
Yes, and we just want to give a big shout out to all of our viewers. You have sent in so many ornaments, boxes and boxes and boxes, so we really do appreciate it. It's a big event for us, and we love it every year, and I know so many of you make this an annual tradition for your family as well.
We do appreciate it. And a tree delivery is happening today. 6:10 is the time. Ooh, we're past 6:09. Let's get right over to meteorologist Cody Matz, who's in for Keith on this Thursday. Hi, Cody.
Yeah, good morning. It is another, well, chilly start. At least we're quiet and fairly tranquil. You look at the camera long enough at White Bear Lake, you just see a couple little flurries passing by, and that's going to be, once again, the common theme. This is going to be super harmless, meaning no accumulation expected in the metro. Could you have to, by the end of the day, if your car is stationary, if it's parked all day long in one spot, could you have to brush a few flakes off your windshield? Sure, it's possible, but that's going to be it. There will be some legitimate light snows and some accumulating light snow in parts of southern Minnesota, but that will stay away from the metro. So cold, a random flake possible at this hour of the morning. Bus stop officially 12, although we're kind of all over the place in terms of temperature statewide because there's some clearing spots. With that high snowpack, it can get quite cold. Going for the afternoon high temperature in those upper teens, just shy of 20. Will stay cloudy and pretty tranquil today. So eastern parts of the metro, 18 in St. Paul, Roseville as well, 15 in Hugo, 17 in Cottage Grove. You head to the west side where we've seen some clearing. 5 in Eden Prairie, 4 in Victoria, 5 in Mound, 7 in Rockford, and it's very similar statewide. Some pocket sub-zeros in northern Minnesota, some pocket upper teens in southeastern Minnesota, so it's just kind of all over the board, mostly because we have cloud cover and calm winds, so you clear out even for 45 minutes and temperatures can drop several plus degrees with our current snowpack. So a few holes in the clouds, especially west of the metro, west side of the metro as well. A couple flakes inside the cloud cover. Meanwhile, any accumulating snow will stay across southwestern Minnesota, but it's more of a snow and a freezing drizzle combo that could lead to kind of an icy glaze. It's one of the reasons why there are headlines here in a winter weather advisory for southwestern Minnesota. So it's not the amount of snow, it's just kind of a travel concern. South of Marshall, generally west of Jackson, into far southwestern Minnesota, parts of Iowa, South Dakota as well, as that band of moisture rolls straight south and eastward to our south, while along the leading edge of a clipper system that's going to drag in much colder air. It is super cold up here. In fact, temperatures yesterday here in Yukon, in the northwest Yukon area, 60 or 70 below zero. Actual air temperatures. That's the air that's heading in our direction. Now, it's not going to get that cold here. It does moderate as it rolls southward, but just kind of gives you an idea of the source of that air is not warm at all. Today, though, that will hold off until tomorrow. Today, though, pretty steady temperatures overall. Should bounce back in the teens for those that are in the single digits. We'll go for an afternoon high of 19. A pocket flake or flurry, certainly possible all day long. We'll talk more on that 7-day forecast here at 6:19. We're taking a break. We're back after this.
Fox Local is Fox 9. Download the new app on your phone today.
Good morning. It's 6:16. Thanks for waking up with the Fox 9 Morning News. I'm Lauren Andrego, watching your roads in our Thursday morning commute. Starting slow for a couple of us this morning. We have a couple incidents out there early this morning. This first one right on the border of Shoreview and Moundsview. This is 35W at Lake Street near Highway 10. We have a couple vehicles that were involved in a collision. One of them now stuck in the center lane. Law enforcement on the scene, and we have traffic moving in both directions. But we're going to need a tow truck and a highway helper here before we get this cleaned up. Just a bit of a backup this morning through the Moundsview, Shoreview, Arden Hills area on 35W. It doesn't look like northbound traffic is impacted. Highway 10 traffic not bothered either. And once you get to 694, things are back in the green. So your drive time might be slowed just a little bit. 27 minutes from Forest Lake to Minneapolis, less than a 10-minute delay this morning. 17 minutes on the south side of 35W headed from Burnsville to Minneapolis. 35E looking great on both sides of St. Paul this morning. A couple other issues out there this morning. 169, this little delay is clearing. We had snow removal going on. MnDOT crews out there getting rid of a bunch of snow out on the shoulders. So keep that in mind. Give them plenty of space. They're trying to work hard for all of us this morning. Otherwise, all your drive times in the green as you head out the door. That's what we like to see to start your Thursday morning commute, Tom.
Especially after the past couple of days.
We deserve it. Yeah.
Yes, we do. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. 6:18 is the time. Here's how the markets close for our Wednesday. All in the green, a good day. The Dow gaining 497 points. The NASDAQ up 78. The S&P tacking on 46 points. Let's hope for a good gateway to the weekend on Wall Street. Butler Business Time. Hope you're having a good start to your day. The Federal Reserve is lowering its key interest rate for the third time in a row. Not huge. The drop was 0.25%, quarter point. Now down to 3.6%, marks the lowest rate in 3 years. That's a good takeaway. Fed Chairman Jerome Powell is still cautioning the economy is in neutral positioning when it comes to heading into the new year. Realtor.com highlighting what experts predict will be the hot housing markets in 2026. Number one, Hartford, Connecticut, followed by Rochester, New York. We lived in Rochester for a few years. Beautiful area. Worcester, Massachusetts, Toledo, Ohio, and Providence, Rhode Island. Minneapolis-St. Paul, a little farther down on the list, 31. The rankings were compiled and based on sales data, inventory, and affordability. Cody Metz is in for Keith on this Thursday, telling us what to expect as we head out the door. And the one thing we're going to feel is cold, of course, and how that, I'm getting all talking about it. How that cold
that time of year.
It is, and all the snow. I will tell you.
Yeah.
And you probably had the same thing with that snow berm at the end of the driveway. That was fun to tackle last night, wasn't it?
I actually so I am one of the lucky ones that have a snowblower, and I really enjoyed it. Like, legit enjoyed it. It was real fun.
I mean, you were in attack mode the whole time.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah. If you don't have a snowblower and you have to shovel it, I feel for you. I was there for years. I actually had a friend of mine move away out of the upper Midwest a few years ago, gifted it to me. He's now in Arizona. So I'm, like I said, one of the lucky few. As much as I can do, I try to get my neighbors. And so if you have someone with a snowblower on your street, just, say, hey, if you got a little extra time when you're doing your own driveway, just hit mine as well. Most of the time they'll say, yeah, absolutely, because it's fun, let's be honest. Now, if it's 35 below zero, like we're expecting in a couple of days, it's a little less fun. It's a little less fun for everyone with temperatures that cold. We're heading in that direction for a brief period of time. 7-day forecast here in a second. 12 is where we currently sit. A random little flake or flurry certainly possible today. No accumulation at all here in the Twin Cities. There will be some, at least, not a lot, an inch, maybe two, in parts, especially southwestern Minnesota, with an icy glaze kind of thrown in right near the South Dakota border. That's the exception, not the rule. The rest of us, an occasional tiny little flake or flurry that won't amount to anything. Otherwise, cloudy conditions, pretty steady temperatures through the afternoon. Here comes the wave. Here comes the Arctic front. We'll start with a quick little burst of very light snow tomorrow morning. Maybe ill-timed. This may be a dusting to a half inch, but if it's during the Friday morning commute, that will slow things down. So just a heads up there. Temperatures won't be any warmer through the day tomorrow than early tomorrow morning. We will fall through the rest of your Friday, and then it just turns downright frigid. And we're talking not just hilariously cold, but dangerously cold. We joke about it because we have to, or else we cry. But this is the type of stuff that gets real dangerous real fast, meaning frostbite times will be 10 minutes or less Friday night through Saturday night into early Sunday. And check out the wind chills. Remember, wind chills feels like temperature. This is to your skin, does not affect pavement temperature, does not affect your pets with fur on them. This is essentially for your skin, exposed skin in itself. Wake up, wind chills not bad in the metro, real cold in western Minnesota, and here comes the funnel of cold air, feeling like 17 below by Friday evening's commute. And it's not going to feel any warmer through the day. Saturday, wake up wind chill Saturday morning, 20 to 40 degrees below zero area wide. Today, though, pretty tranquil overall. Occasional flake or flurry going for an afternoon high of 18. We're falling just a few degrees this evening. Cloud cover lingering. There will be a burst of very, very light snow or aggressive flurries as we head into late tonight and towards dawn tomorrow morning for that Friday morning commute. Then falling temperatures for the rest of the day. That 18 is not indicative of the whole day. That will be in the morning. We'll be in the low single digits by your evening commute. Here's that 7-day forecast. 18 Friday, 4 Friday evening, and then a high of just -1 on Saturday for the metro. Will be colder statewide. 15 below actual air temperatures. Wake up Sunday morning. Wind chills 30 below, give or take. 5 for Sunday afternoon, but look at next week. This is a little tongue-in-cheek. Hot is a bit of a stretch, but 37, that'll feel pretty warm by Tuesday of next week. All right, 6:23, we're taking a break. The Fox 9 Morning News returns in 3 minutes.
You're watching Fox 9 Morning News at 6 a.m.
And good morning. Welcome back. Just now turning 6:26. Today, the Senate is expected to vote on competing plans for the future of Obamacare subsidies. So the COVID-era subsidies bring down health insurance premiums for millions of Americans who get their coverage through the Affordable Care Act. If Congress doesn't act, the rebates will expire at the end of the month, effectively doubling insurance rates for many. The Democratic plan would get a vote today. It includes a 3-year extension on that plan. The proposal from Republicans would not extend the subsidies, but instead expand health savings accounts.
Tomorrow is a moment of truth for the Republicans here in the Senate. Are they going to bring health care costs down, or will they sit by and let premiums explode for millions of Americans?
We Republicans are trying to make it better. We want money in your pocket for your out-of-pocket, and they want you to front the whole thing.
Without bipartisan support, neither bill expected to get the 60 votes needed to pass today. In the meantime, House leaders say they too are working on their own plan. We'll see what happens there in D.C. All right, taking a live look right now. This is 35W in Mounds View. We've got a crash slowing things down pretty significantly. All in all, though, roads are so much better. The conditions so much better this morning than they were yesterday, though we're still seeing some issues. And there are those snow emergencies in some of the major cities. We will detail everything you need to know when we come right back.
AimFam.com.
Now on Fox 9 Morning News.
A violent night in Minneapolis. 2 deadly shootings and a third incident involving a police officer shooting at a person they say had a gun. We are gathering updates as everything develops this morning.
And today, the Minneapolis City Council will vote on a plan to bar more city employees from aiding ICE. The specifics of this ordinance that is expected to pass. Lauren.
Snow removal operations are happening all across the Twin Cities. Here's a look at MnDOT crews at 169 and Excelsior in Hopkins, slowing us down a little bit. Give them plenty of space if you see them out this morning. I'll have your Thursday morning drive times coming up in a bit, and the Fox 9 Morning News at 6:30 starts right now.
Live and local all morning. This is Fox 9 Morning News at 6 a.m.
Well, good morning. Thank you so much for waking up with us here on Fox 9 and Fox Local. I'm Kelly O'Connell.
I'm Tom Butler. Good to have you along on this Thursday. Gateway to the weekend. We'll open it up to our pal Cody Matz over there telling us what to expect as we head out the door. And no real snow today. How about that?
No real snow, at least not for the metro. We have fake snow, a.k.a. the snow globe. Like you mix up the snow globe and you get these large fat flakes, but they're few and far between. And that's going to be kind of an off and on theme today here in the Twin Cities. It will not amount to anything. It should not do anything to the roads. If your car is parked in one spot all day long, will you have to brush a few of those off your front windshield? Potentially, but that'd be about it. There will be some legitimate light snow and accumulating very light snow in parts of southern Minnesota today. Right now sitting at 12 officially in the metro, although temperatures admittedly kind of all over the board, just kind of depends on where you are. Well, there's 12 again. Didn't realize I had that twice, but at least we don't have much of a wind chill. Meanwhile, looking forward, these are the coldest actual air temperatures recorded each of the last few seasons here in the Twin Cities. Last year's coldest temperature, actual air temperature, was -19. The year before that, it was -8. You look back 2018, 2019, it was -28. So we can get real cold. Our 30-year climate average is -18. Why am I showing you this? Well, actual air temperature Sunday morning will be in this ballpark. And that's not including the wind. So just throwing that out there. That is for the weekend, and especially late tomorrow and into the weekend. Today, though, it's just kind of more of the same. Some cloud cover around, so a few holes in the clouds, a random little flurry possible, some straight up light snow in parts of southern Minnesota, but temperatures holding pretty steady through the afternoon. So cloudy and kind of a cold start. We'll warm up a few degrees. Most of us will top out somewhere in the teens. We'll go for upper teens in the Twin Cities with an occasional little pocket flurry possible through the afternoon. Otherwise, trying to squeeze out a little peekaboo sunshine as we hold pretty steady through the day today. Much colder temperatures start to arrive tomorrow, and of course the wicked cold weekend before the end of the 7-day forecast is almost warm. We'll talk all about that coming up here in the next 19 minutes.
All right, Cody, thank you. 6:33 is the time. A busy night for Minneapolis police.
Officers are now investigating 2 separate homicides happening less than a half hour apart.
Tonight has been a difficult evening in the city. After a period of with very few shootings around the city, we've experienced 2 fatal shootings in less than a half hour in opposite ends of the city.
So the first one happened on the north side around 9:30 last night. Police say a man in his 20s was shot and killed. Officers say it all started as a fight and then escalated to the shooting. About 30 minutes later, on the south side of town, a woman in her 30s was shot and killed. Police say that too started as a fight between a group of people. Our Bill Keller will have much more on both of these incidents when he joins us again live in the next 30 minutes or so. And also new this morning, we mentioned it was a busy overnight. The BCA is investigating in Minneapolis after an officer fired his weapon at an armed suspect. So you're looking at video from the scene here. It's in the area of East Lake Street and 5th Avenue South. That's between Midtown Global Market and I-35. We're told this incident started about 12:30 this morning when a man called to report a neighbor pointing a gun at his mom. When police arrived, they asked that man to drop the weapon, and they say he didn't listen. 2 shots were fired. No one was hurt. The suspect is now in custody. The officer is on standard leave, and again, the BCA is now taking over this investigation.
Well, right now, many cities in and around the metro are still trying to clean up from all of yesterday's snow.
There's a lot of it. Snow emergencies are still in effect. Let's get to Saquon. She joins us live in St. Paul, breaking down all you need to know where you can and cannot park. And it varies greatly. Good morning, Say.
Hey, good morning to you. So we are in St. Paul right now, as you mentioned. We're just at the corner here of Syndicate and Hillcrest. And you can see a pretty vast difference here. I'll step out of the way so you can see. So when you look towards Syndicate, which is to your right here, you can see the plows have kind of made their way through a little bit. It's a little easier to actually find a spot to park. Meanwhile, here along Hillcrest, things are not really looking the same. This is where plows will be making their way through starting at around 8 o'clock this morning. You can see a bunch of snow packed here along the roads, and we are seeing some cars here parked along this street here on Hillcrest, so they will need to be moved here pretty soon. I do want to give you a look at the snow emergency map for St. Paul. This morning we've zoomed into the Highland Park neighborhood where we are at. Red lines you see are for the day plow routes, meaning cars need to be off the street by 8 o'clock this morning, but you can park in areas that are dotted orange, but only if the street has been plowed curb to curb. There are signs placed all over the city that explain which side is what, and if you don't follow the rules, get ready to pay up, because the city says any cars parked on a street during prohibited times may be ticketed or towed. Now, just across the river in Minneapolis, we know cars should not be parked along along the snow emergency routes in Minneapolis. That is, of course, until 8 a.m. this morning, when the plows will then start to shift gears there and start plowing the even numbered sides until 8 o'clock tonight before they move to the odd numbered sides tomorrow morning. I know a lot to follow, of course. For more information, you can check out your city's website. Yeah. Back to you guys.
You can see the stark difference there of those two streets. All right, say thank you.
It's going to be that crusty snow, too. Happening today, the Minneapolis City Council will meet this morning, and they have a very busy agenda.
Yes, from an ordinance restricting employees from working with ICE agents to changing off-duty police policies. Chino Her is in the Live Center breaking it all down for us. What's expected today? Hi, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Tom and Kelly. The council meeting is expected to start in about 3 hours at 9:30. The Minneapolis City Council is expected to vote and pass an ordinance preventing police and city employees from helping with federal immigration enforcement. Now, the ordinance here also includes transparent reporting to the mayor and city council if any city resources are used for federal immigration operations. So, for example, if MPD officers respond to a scene for a job like crowd control, a detailed report has to be made to the mayor and city council. Again, this ordinance is expected to pass at the meeting today. Now, another big vote we're watching this morning, an ordinance to charge businesses a fee when they use Minneapolis police officers for security. We're talking about officers on duty and off duty here. The city is hoping to recoup the cost of using city equipment such as squad cars and weapons and uniforms as well. Council members say the fees potentially totaled about $1.5 million just last year from officers working security in those capacities. Now, also happening at today's meeting, council will talk about an ordinance addressing homeless encampments in the city and also the latest George Floyd Square pedestrian mall concepts, something that we've been following here on Fox 9. So we'll get more on city council's discussion on that as well.
Yeah, a lot going on. Yeah. All right, Chino, thank you.
It is 6:38. Let's get right over to Lauren Andrago. A better topic is our commute on this Thursday, although we still have a couple of issues.
Yeah, a couple issues early this morning. We are dealing with really cold temperatures, but man, those roads are looking a lot better than this time yesterday and even 48 hours ago. We are seeing snow removal happening, a ton of snow off on the shoulders of and medians of your roads, even those major highways. So right now, MnDOT crews are taking it one exit at a time on 169. Bringing the highway helpers to each exit, and then they're collecting all the snow and tossing it off the side of the highway. That's what's going on right here, 169 at 7th Street. A half an hour ago, they were doing the northbound lanes, and now it looks like they're working on the southbound side, one exit at a time. So just a bit of a backup here on Highway 7. It looks like they're going to continue making their way toward the crosstown. So keep that in mind as you're headed out the door this morning. Not much of a delay, though. 8 minutes right now, southbound on 169 from 694 to 394, Highway 100, 94, and 494 all looking great. 94 also looking good from Monticello to Maple Grove. No backups yet in the North Metro. Highway 10 finally back open to 3 lanes. We ended construction and then we had a bunch of snow. So now we've got 3 lanes open again in both directions. Just one backup I'm seeing this morning in the Shoreview, Mounds View area, 35W and Highway 10 slowing down because of a crash, but it looks like that is clearing. I'll have another look at roads coming up in about 12 minutes, but let's check in with meteorologist Cody Metz. He's got your weather on the 9s. Good morning.
Good morning. It is a quiet start, not only mostly on the roads, as you saw there, but weather-wise as well. Just a couple little light flakes. This is a look at Maple Grove. Looks like winter, doesn't it? Yeah, it's definitely winter feeling, winter looking out there. We're in the winter months. But amazingly, it's not officially winter. We don't hit that until December 21st. Right now, there are a couple of little tiny random flakes out there. Otherwise, temperatures depend on where you are. A lot of the metros somewhere in the teens. There are some single digits across the west side. Just kind of depends on where the clouds have opened up briefly. That allows temperatures to fall off. We'll warm up a few degrees today. Afternoon bus stop will be in those upper teens to just shy of 20. We'll stay cloudy through the day today for the most part, but at least we'll be nice and tranquil. Little, if any, breeze much of the day. There's some much colder temperatures. We've seen some clearing from International Falls to parts of central Wisconsin below 0. 15 above in Sioux Falls, 30s, 40s. Look at the 50s. 58 right now in Billings on the other side of a frontal boundary, but that is eventually going to drag in some colder air. Watch this. I'm going to have a magic trick for you. It's not really a magic trick. It gets a whole lot colder as you head northward. This air is heading in our direction, sliding south and eastward. In fact, this same air, if you go to northern Yukon yesterday, high temperatures for the day were some 50 or 60 below 0. That doesn't include wind. That's our source region. It's not going to be that cold around here, but that's the air that's flowing south and southeastward behind the kind of a double barrel clipper system. One of those driving some precipitation just off to our south and southwest. Parts of southwestern Minnesota will pick up a couple of inches of snow today and this evening. And then there's the leading edge of the Arctic air that will slide across much of the northern U.S. as we move through the next 24 to 48 hours. Today, though, we are kind of the in-between zone. So we're quiet. Clouds will linger. There will be some straight up light snow in southwestern Minnesota with an inch plus possible in some spots. For the metro, it's occasional little flake. It won't amount to anything. Temperatures topping out in the upper teens. We'll bounce around a little bit this evening, some single digits. Most of us will bottom out in the teens tonight. Cloud cover lingers. And then we'll start the day. Wake up temperatures, this is mid-morning tomorrow, in the upper teens. And then falling temperatures through the afternoon. By your evening commute, we're down to 4. And it's going to feel a whole lot colder than that for the rest of the evening and all of your weekend. We'll talk that in that 7-day forecast come up here at 6:49.
Cody, thank you. 6:42 now. After more than a year of renovations, updates at MSP airports and Terminal 1 complete.
Yeah, we're going to show you what's new, the fancy new digs, and how it's actually being used as a model for other airports across the country. First, though, let's check in with Shane Wells with a big light display for us this morning. Hi, Shane.
Whoa.
Good morning. Isn't it beautiful? We are in Sandy this morning, and the story here is that this event was in jeopardy of being canceled. And so there's a group that came together. They have been working a year to make sure that Illumina Santi was back again, and it is here, shining bright. Starts up tonight. We'll tell you more about all the offerings. It's a free event. That's coming up after the break.
Fox Local is Fox 9. Download the new app on your phone today. You're waking up with Fox 9 Morning News.
Welcome back here. This next story sounds like the plot out of a holiday movie. A town comes together to save the town's lights festival.
Will there be love? Maybe. That's what's happening in Isanti. And Shane Wells, she's full of that Christmas joy and love. She's there this morning with a first look at Illuminate Isanti. Good morning, Shane.
Good morning. This kicks off tonight. 5 p.m. is when the big reveal happens. Of course, we're giving you a little sneak peek this morning, which we always love. We're at Bluebird Park. I already have frozen mouth. I was just telling Siraj, I don't know when I'm going to get over that or how I'm going to work through this, because you know what I have to do for a job is go out and talk in the cold. We're going to get there, though. Carla, she's great in the cold. That's the good news. Jennifer, Erica, all with Isanti together. You guys banded together last year. When the festival was happening, you heard maybe next year wasn't going to be possible. You made sure that it happened.
We did. We got together in this small community with our friends and said, we're going to make this happen. We started a group called Isanti Together. And so we've been doing all this work. Pretty much almost everything that you see we've done. The city has put up the larger displays and put the lights on the trees for us. Other than that, we've done everything else.
And you've been here this morning, still working to get this ready.
Yeah, we were here late last night and we got up super early this morning and just to get things ready. Yeah, it has to be ready tonight.
Sure. Jennifer, you said when you first got here, you said you teared up a little just because you're seeing it happen.
Yep, I did. It was just so magical and everything this town needs.
Absolutely. Okay, what are you most looking forward to about this?
Seeing my preschoolers arrive. I have one picture that I saved, and River and I stood right underneath that snowman last year, and I'm going to meet that little guy again this year.
Erica, when are they coming?
I hope every night. Thursday through Sunday, Santa will meet them every single night.
Okay, what I love about this is these lights will be on from 5 to 10 p.m., basically through Christmas, the 21st. Did I get that right?
It will be through Christmas.
Okay, so through Christmas, free to come, walk around, and enjoy the park. There are special festivities planned throughout, though. Tell us about those.
So we're calling that Illuminate Isanti Festival of Lights. That will run from tonight until the 14th, and then again the 18th through the 21st. And those nights we will have Santa here. There will be choirs, there's going to be games, there'll be an ugly sweater competition on the 19th of December. There will be food trucks, there is
free giveaways.
There's a sledding hill, bring your own sled. We've put up a giant culvert, covered it in snow to make a giant cave for kids to play in. We just want to make it fun for everyone to just come out for free and enjoy.
Feels like some good, wholesome fun.
Yeah, and we couldn't have made this a free event without the countless sponsors that we've had supporting this whole thing. Our major sponsors were Connexus Energy and Wolf River, but we had tons of other people donate as well.
And you put in the legwork, though, to find all these donors and to keep this event going. So we appreciate what you guys did. The community appreciating it as well. It's beautiful. As soon as you pull up, you're like, oh, look at that. So thank you for showing it off for us this morning. Congratulations on making it happen. Again, 5 p.m. is the time that this opens up tonight. Runs through the 25th here at Bluebird Park. Back to you guys.
Incredible. I love that they were like, you know what? No, we need this. We're going to figure out a way to keep this around.
I do like that, too.
Good stuff, Shane. Thank you.
We have good stuff in the weather. If you like cold weather.
It's true. I do at least have to say, so for longtime Fox 9 viewers, you'll know this. So Carla, that was Fudge Puppy Carla from the State Fair. Yes. So same person. I'm sure it's on YouTube somewhere. You can go back and look at it. You have no idea what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, no, Cody goes, Tom, you know who that is? I'm like, oh, yeah.
We used to scream out Fudge Puppy. She would bring all of us food. She would bring the Fox 9 viewers food at the booth. So long time associated with her, and that's a great organization and what they're doing there. And unfortunately, I wish I had better news, at least for this weekend. There are warmer temperatures in the forecast, especially as we get into next week, but it is going to be brutally cold, starting essentially tomorrow afternoon, going through Saturday, and then through at least the first half of Sunday. Sunday afternoon will be a little better. Today, though, pretty chilly, but nothing unusual. Right now, sitting at 12. Your results will vary on temperature. There are some single digits, even some sub-zero numbers, kind of depending on cloud cover. Lots of cloud cover today. That's going to be the theme. The accumulating very light snow will stay in southwestern Minnesota. For the metro, we'll be in and out of some very light flurries. May the potential there, you brush a couple of those off the front windshield of your car if it's stationary for a few hours this afternoon, sure, it's possible. But it's not going to amount to anything, at least here in the metro. All that will dive to the south and southeast. Eventually, we will get a dash of very light snow, probably during that morning commute tomorrow. It won't be much, but another quarter to a half inch. We all know what that can do for a morning commute, so maybe a bit slower on your morning commute tomorrow. That's the leading edge of much colder air. It's falling temperatures through the day. Tomorrow, we will get at least a little sun in here on Saturday, but it is going to be bitterly, bitterly cold. We're talking some of the coldest air of each and every season, very comparable to kind of the coldest temperatures we see at least once or twice each and every year. That's probably going to occur as we get into Sunday morning. Today, though, gray, chilly, tranquil. We'll see a couple little flakes and flurries, won't amount to anything. Temperatures topping out in the upper teens. Cloudy, pretty steady overnight in terms of temps. Cloud cover will linger. We'll see some light flakes towards dawn, leading edge of that much colder air. We'll pop at 18 probably mid-morning tomorrow, and then tumbling temperatures for the rest of the day will be down to 4 by that evening commute, and then the wind chills kick in. Wind chills not bad tomorrow morning. Look at the cold air arrive. We'll feel like 13 below as you head home from work or school tomorrow afternoon, and feeling like 20 to 40 below area-wide as we get into Saturday morning. And it's not going to feel any warmer Saturday afternoon with an actual air temperature, a high of -1. 15 below zero actual air temperature. That will come with a sneeze of a breeze. So wind chills will be on the order of about 30 below zero as you wake up Sunday morning. 5 for high Sunday, but it improves quickly. Admittedly, that hot for Tuesday is a bit tongue-in-cheek, but 5 degrees above freezing is going to feel pretty warm with a high at 37. All right, 6:52. Let's get a check on those roads now with Lauren and Drago. Good morning, Lauren.
37 is going to feel like summer by next week. Shorts weather, definitely for some of us. 35E looking great this morning. Look at this beautiful shot of downtown St. Paul, the Capitol just peeking out behind these trees. Roads are clear and they're dry, and that is great news compared to this time yesterday and even 2 days ago. We had some slow-moving traffic around St. Paul. We are seeing traffic volume pick up this morning a little bit earlier than usual. That could be because people put off travel over the last 2 mornings. So keep that in mind. We might start to see slower drive times in the next couple of minutes. But right now, everything around St. Paul is looking good. A crash on 61 just cleared in the last minute or so. So this delay will be going away in the next few minutes. And if you're headed into downtown, no problems this morning. It's saying 18 minutes on Highway 10, 61. That'll be clearing in the next minute or so. No delays on 35E on the north or south side of St. Paul, and 16 minutes from the Wisconsin border to downtown. 36 is looking good too. 9 minutes from Wisconsin to 694. Here is your big map. Just one crash I'm following right now. It's in Mounds View, Shoreview, right on that 35W Highway 10 junction in the North Metro. And we're still dealing with some snow removal on 169. So seeing periodic backups all across the highway there south of 394. Tom and Kelly, I'll have another look at drive times coming up in just a couple minutes.
All right, Lauren, thank you. We have received so many incredible cards from you, all of our viewers. It's all part of the Fox 9 Holiday Card Exchange. Back again.
Here's one. We know we expect to get this card from our friend Moshe Lifshitz. This is from St. Louis Park, celebrating Hanukkah. Thank
Big
you.
Fox 9 fan.
Huge. Mo, thank you for sending that to us. We appreciate it.
Yes, for sure. There is still time. If you would like to participate in the exchange, it's very simple. You send us one of your cards to this address on the screen, and then we will send you one of our cards in return, signed on the back.
All about those 8 crazy nights.
Keep it coming. 6:54 the time right now. We are going to take a quick break here. You're watching the Fox 9 Morning News. Roads are so much better than they were yesterday, but still a little slick out there. We'll check back in with Lauren and get a detailed look at the forecast with Cody. We'll be right back.
Sleep Express.
Welcome back to Fox 9 Morning News at 6 a.m.
Welcome back here. The U.S. Hockey Hall of Fame opened up its doors to 5 new members last night, including former Wild star Zach Parise. A huge crowd of supporters at the River Center in St. Paul to honor the newest greats of the game. Parise was the headliner, of course. A Minneapolis native, spent 19 years in the NHL, including several seasons here with the Wild. There he is right there. He also was a member of 2 U.S. Olympic teams and received several honors. A huge honor for him. Congrats. All right, let's get back over to Lauren. She is watching the roads for us here. Interesting to watch some of this snow removal underway.
Yeah, well, we got a lot of snow and we need to remove it somehow. So MnDOT crews are out all over the Twin Cities, getting rid of it one highway at a time, one shoulder at a time. So keep in mind that could slow you down as we head farther into this Thursday morning commute. We are seeing traffic volume pick up early this morning. Here's a look at 35W and Highway 13 in Burnsville. Still very much an active construction zone. That Cliff Road exit will be closed through the spring, and we will continue to see head-to-head traffic and a lane closed here in the northbound direction through the spring this year. They'll also be working on noise walls and some other refurbishment work from Black Dog all the way down to Burnsville Parkway, basically. So we'll continue to see MnDOT crews there through the winter and spring. No problems on your drive times right now headed into St. Paul or Minneapolis from 35W and 35E. That crash in Mounds View has cleared, so we're back open to all lanes there north of 694. Here's a look at your big map. You can see that delay on 169 in the Hopkins Edina area. That's that snow removal crew from MnDOT getting rid of that snow off the side of the road. I'm going to continue following those backups. I'll show you another look at road conditions in about 15 minutes. And the Fox 9 Morning News at 7 starts right now.
Now on Fox 9 Morning News.
It was a busy night for Minneapolis police. 2 deadly shootings in the city over the course of a half hour. What the police chief is saying about the city's latest homicides. Kelly.
Today on Capitol Hill, lawmakers will be scrutinizing the Trump administration's use of the National Guard. The latest court ruling about those deployments. Fox 9 Morning News at 7 starts now.
Live and local all morning. This is Fox 9 Morning News at 7 a.m.
Put it on the 9, leave it right there. Thanks for waking up with us here on the Fox 9 Morning News. And Fox Local always streaming live. I'm Tom Baldwin.
And I'm Kelly O'Connell. We appreciate you starting the morning with us here, gearing up for the weekend and looking at that cold weather coming our way. Keith is off today. Cody is in. Still living in this snow globe, though. I feel
pretty.
like every day we have just a little bit here and there.
Yeah, it's the nuisance, annoying type stuff. Granted, it's not going to do anything. It looks pretty, but if you're a homeowner or you have to clear off something throughout the course of your day, it's just gotten really old. You shouldn't have to do any clearing today. I mean, a couple of flakes off your windshield. If your car is stationary long enough, maybe. But that'd be about it. So that's at least some good news. There is some clearing. You can actually see a little bit of that glow on the eastern horizon from downtown Minneapolis. So there are some holes in the clouds. That's indicative of temperatures very wildly depending on where you are. You have snow cover. If you have clear skies and calm winds, it can get really cold. In fact, the potential there, let's say you have cloud cover and calm winds and a high snowpack, you could be at 14 above, like we're sitting here. But if you have clear skies all night and that same overall conditions just without the cloud cover, you could be 30 or 40 degrees colder if you've got a few hours to cool off. Now, we don't have that scenario setting up because we only have a few holes in the clouds, but just a sign that how much colder it can be if you have clear conditions. One of the reasons why it is significantly colder on the west side of town because we have had some clear clearing, and then the clouds filled back in, so it holds temperatures right where they have managed to cool. So right now 6 at Eden Prairie, 5 in Victoria. It's 14 though in Maple Grove, 15 in Hugo, 18 in downtown St. Paul, 16 in Cottage Grove, and very similar across much of the region where we've cleared out for a few hours and then the clouds rolled back in. That's where temperatures are below zero. From International Falls to Hinckley over through parts of western Wisconsin, Hayward at -8, 16 above in Red Wing, and then a lot of single digits across the west where we managed to clear a little bit and then cloud cover rolled back in. And so temperatures been kind of holding steady in those single digits. There's your calm conditions. That will at least decorate the landscape through the afternoon. So little, if any, breeze today, which will be helpful. And will also give us kind of that snow globe effect if you happen to see at least a couple of tiny flakes here in the Twin Cities. Now, there will be some legitimate accumulating light snow in southwestern Minnesota. That's where there is a winter weather advisory. It will come with a bit of freezing drizzle right along the border as well. That stays here, an inch, maybe 2 from Marshall to Worthington westward, and that's going to be it in terms of snowfall accumulation statewide as that band rolls straight south and eastward. Very narrow band of precipitation overall on the leading edge of much colder air. This will be the coldest of the season by far, and honestly, this is the type of air that can often be the coldest of any given season as we move forward. So we'll see. Today, though, that's going to hold off. We'll be fairly steady temperature-wise. We'll rebound a few degrees this afternoon. Some pocket flakes and flurries won't amount to anything. Cloudy otherwise with a high this afternoon of 19. We'll talk more on that 7-day forecast. There is relief coming up here at 7:19.
Cody, thank you. Just about 7:04 right now, and new from overnight. A man and a woman are dead after 2 separate shootings in Minneapolis overnight.
And they happened on opposite sides of the city, less than 1 hour apart. Bill Keller is live with updates on both of these incidents. Bill, good morning.
Well, good morning, and that made for a really busy night for Minneapolis police. Their homicide investigators now working on these 2 deadly shootings on opposite sides of the city. Take a look at this map. Gives you an idea of where these 2 locations are. The first shooting happened on the north side. This is in the Hawthorne neighborhood. It was just before 9:30 last night. The second happening less than 30 minutes later in the Elliott Park neighborhood. That is on Minneapolis's south side. Now, when officers arrived at that first location there, they found a man in his 20s who had been shot. The victim was taken to a nearby hospital where he later died. Police believe it was a fight that led to the gunfire. They say that there were 2 people involved. They believe they fled the scene on foot before police arrived. At the second shooting, that happened just before 10 p.m. on Franklin Avenue near Nicollet. That's where police say a group of people had been gathered. Some type of altercation escalated to gunfire. A woman in her 30s was shot. She was also taken to the hospital where she died. Police say the victim was on the sidewalk nearby when she was struck by the bullet, although it is unclear what role she may have played in that fight.
It's disturbing, to have 2 fatalities so close to each other, and especially I think it's been in the last week. I think there was only 1 shooting in the entire city, and obviously there's a lot going on in our community right now. So yes, this is definitely concerning, but I'm confident that we will make progress.
Yeah, despite the number of high-profile mass shootings, including that deadly attack at Annunciation Church and School, Police Chief Brian O'Hara says that the number of shooting victims is down 19% across the city since this time last year. Police say they are following up on some leads as it relates to last night's incidents, but so far no arrests have been made. Anyone with information is being asked to contact Crime Stoppers. You can submit anonymous tips online or by phone at 800-222-8477. Back to you guys.
All right, Bill, thank you. Meantime, a Minneapolis police officer is now on paid leave after firing his gun at an armed suspect early this morning.
And unfortunately, no one was hurt, but police say it was an intense scene.
This incident underscores the dangers our officers face every single day. In a fraction of a second, they were faced with a life or death situation. I am very grateful that no one was injured in this incident, and I'm thankful for the professional manner in which our officers handled it.
This incident started about 12:30 this morning when a man called 911 to report a neighbor pointing a gun at his mother. When police got there, the man suddenly emerged with a gun and refused to put it down. An officer fired 2 shots, but no one was hit. The suspect is now in custody facing an assault charge, and the BCA is investigating.
Well, happening today, a hearing in D.C. about National Guard troops deployment across the country. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem will testify on Capitol Hill, expected to discuss the recent operations here, too, in the Somali community of Minnesota.
And plus, the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk is expected to be in court. Chanu Hers in our live center right now with the latest on these national headlines. Good morning, Chanu.
Hey, good morning, Tom and Kelly. In just the last few months, we've seen the Trump administration deploy those National Guard troops to several U.S. cities, including Washington, D.C., as we take a live look at the U.S. Capitol here, where in about an hour and a half, the Senate Armed Services Committee will hold a hearing on the National Guard deployment around the country. Keep in mind, this meeting comes just a day after a federal judge has ordered the Trump administration to stop deploying those National Guard troops to Los Angeles and return control back to the state. That ruling is on hold, though, until next week, but that hearing expected to start here in just about an hour and a half. Also happening today on Capitol Hill, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem will testify before the House Homeland Security Committee. She's expected to discuss what she considers global threats. Now, in recent weeks, Noem has been critical of Minnesota's Somali community. Somalia is on her list of 19 countries targeted with a travel ban. It is likely both of these things will be discussed at today's hearing. Another national story that we're watching this morning, a court hearing for Tyler Robinson, the man accused of shooting and killing Charlie Kirk. His lawyers are expected to request a limit on media access to this case. So that court hearing happening today. We'll keep an eye on that and update you on all of these stories throughout the morning if anything develops during the Fox 9 Morning News.
For sure. All right, Chanu, thank you. Appreciate that.
Just turning 7:09, and here is what Cody is saying to expect as we head out the door today. 19 for the high temperature. Some of us in single digits right now, some in double digits, but it is a cold start on this Thursday. Chilly with very few light flakes and flurries out there, but he's saying they won't amount to much, so don't get too excited. Otherwise, we're going to get very cold.
Very cold.
Very cold. He'll tell us what to expect for the weekend. Will we even get above 0 on one of our weekend days? Question mark? And or
please.
Statement?
Please.
That's coming up in Weather on the Nines at 7:19.
Travelers coming to MSP and Terminal 1 are now going to experience an entire new airport from our front door all the way to the aircraft.
Renovations inside MSP International's Terminal 1 officially complete. Among the changes, brighter lights, smoother flooring, improved gate seating, and new destination signs outside of each gate.
Both MAC and Delta are focused on providing terminal spaces that are timeless, resilient, sustainable, and accessible, that reflect and embrace Minnesota and continue to serve our customers and our residents and visitors so that they can take pride when they come to MSP.
The 2-year construction project cost $242 million, $60 million of which was picked up by Delta. The airline says it will now use MSP as a model for renovations at hubs in other major cities.
All right, it is time once again to primp our tree. We are giving 5 trees to families in need this holiday season. Thanks to our friends at Gerton's. We have received so many ornaments, and we thank you for that. We are also handing along those ornaments along with $200 Visa gift cards to those families. We had one viewer bring in tree skirts. We've got lights, we've got tree toppers, and we have this beautiful ornament from a loyal Fox 9 viewer.
Well, and what's very nice things that we had to say here, Christine. Yeah. She says, the Anderson family wishing the crew of the Fox 9 Morning News a Merry Christmas. We watch you, part of our ritual every day to watch the Fox 9 Morning News. So thank you, Christine and Dougie and Miranda. We appreciate that. That's beautiful. We'll get that angel on one of those 5 trees. We have received a lot of great ornaments. We appreciate it so much. We'll get some of those ornaments and a tree delivered
today.
It's a secret. Surprise. Real Christmas trees are more popular this year than ever before. Why customers are opting out of those fake trees, those artificial trees, for now.
For a third time in a row, the Federal Reserve lowering key interest rates. Why President Trump is unhappy with the move when the Fox 9 Morning News returns.
Fox Local is Fox 9. Download the new app on your phone today.
Good morning, 7:14. Beautiful sunrise here over Albertville. A lovely shade of orchid. Is that what you would say? Yeah, let's go with orchid. 94 here at County Road 37. This was some rough road the last 48 hours or so. Lots of slick spots and lots of incidents, especially yesterday morning. We are seeing a couple of incidents out there this morning, but dry roads and pretty clear shoulders. A little bit of blowing snow, but no issues here in Albertville. Once you get a little farther south, we are seeing a couple of spinouts and one crash here just south of Highway 610, slowing us down in the southbound direction. The other spinout off to the shoulder here in the St. Michael area, not impacting traffic, but your drive time is starting to slow down. Almost a 20-minute delay already this morning between Monticello and Maple Grove. That delay is south of Rogers. Highway 10 also just starting to slow down in the Coon Rapids area. 26 minutes from Elk River to Mounds View. 35W still a little bit slow from that residual backup of that crash we saw about an hour ago. 22 minutes from Highway 8 and Forest Lake to 694. Here's a look at your big map. You can see those slowdowns in the North Metro north of 694, and that snow removal still happening on 169 in the Hopkins Edina area. It looks like they are wrapping things up over there. We're also just starting to slow down on 169 in Shakopee, but things looking a lot better than this time yesterday, Tom. I'll have another look at drive times in about 20 minutes.
No question about that. And we can finally exhale. We like that.
Yes, right. Absolutely.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Lauren. It is 7:16. Butler Business Time as we get going on this gateway to the weekend. Wide open to you. Hope you're having a great day. The Federal Reserve is lowering its key interest rate for the third time in a row now. The drop, another 0.25%, not huge, but now down to 3.6%. It marks the lowest rate, by the way, in 3 years. And while this marks the third rate cut since the start of September, Fed Chairman Jerome Powell cautions the economy is in neutral positioning heading into 2026.
There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate this tension between our employment and inflation goals.
The head of the Federal
President Trump criticizing the Fed's decision, saying the rate cut should have been larger. We'll be talking more about the rate cuts when we are joined by Pat Raycamp, senior financial writer of 1834 Division of Old National Bank, coming up at 7:45.
The tariffs with the percentage additional made artificial trees rather expensive. So because of that, a lot of people have decided to go with fresh trees. So we've sold out of our fresh trees very, very quickly.
Some Christmas tree sellers say they have seen an uptick in customers opting for real trees over artificial ones. Consumers say it is the price of the fake trees that's driving them to look at alternatives. You got to think long term sometimes. Because most artificial trees are made in China, they are subject to more tariffs this season than last year. PepsiCo says it will be lowering prices on some of its products, but it comes with some drawbacks. The company plans to lay off an unspecified number of workers. Pepsi is also planning to slash 20% of its soda and snack lineup here in the U.S. by early next year. YouTube TV making some changes starting early next year. It will introduce genre-specific channel packages. New smaller bundles will cost less per month than YouTube's TV's base plan of $83 for over 100 channels. One of the new bundles will be a sports plan with add-on services available. Well, that's intriguing for the sports fan in your family. Coming up on 7:19, Cody Matz is in for Keith on this Thursday, talking about a calmer day, certainly, than we've had over the past 24 to 48 hours.
Yep, and if you haven't finished the cleanup process in your particular property, I would do that today, because it gets a lot more miserable around here as we get into tomorrow, and especially by the weekend. Saturday into Sunday, especially Saturday night into Sunday morning, easily the coldest temperatures of the season so far, and in the realm of, on average, coldest of the season that we get here on the average year. Statewide, especially here in the metro. So it is going to be very, very cold for most of our weekend. 14 is where we currently sit. Granted, your results will vary. There has been some clearing. You can kind of see that in the background looking off to the east. So where we've managed to clear out some of the cloud cover, temperatures have fallen quickly. There are some single digits in parts of the metro. There are some sub-zero temperatures in parts of northern Minnesota, northern Wisconsin as well. So here's a look at Futurecast. We will see an occasional little flake or flurry. It's not going to do anything here in the Twin Cities today. There will be some straight up light snow, especially in southwestern Minnesota. May get an inch or two from Marshall to Fairmont and points south and westward. Outside of that, everyone else just kind of in and out of some very, very light flurries with the cloud cover lingering as well. That will linger tonight. Then we'll likely get a band of very light snow. We'll call it even a burst is a stretch, but an occasional couple hour little stretch of some very light flakes and some light snow as we head into tomorrow morning's commute. Granted, even if it shows up with a quarter or a half inch, we all know what that does for a morning commute. So maybe a little sluggish tomorrow morning in terms of commute. That is the leading edge of much colder air. Temperatures tumble through the day tomorrow. Wind chills will be well below zero by that evening commute, and then they will not get above zero at all through the course of our weekend. At least we'll get some sunshine on Saturday, but we'll come with a pretty solid breeze. So wind chills will be on the order of dangerously cold. This afternoon, actually pretty comfortable in the grand scheme of things, but here comes the cold air. Keep in mind, this is wind chill, not actual air temperature. Feeling like the single digits above zero as we start the day, and then well below zero by the time you get to that evening commute. We're down to 17 below in terms of a feels like temperature, much colder to the north and west. And it just gets dangerously cold. 25 to 40 below, give or take, as you wake up Saturday morning. And it could even be a tiny bit colder feeling as we get into Sunday morning. Today, though, going for an afternoon high 18, 19, and kind of bouncing around depending on what graphic you look at. Upper teens, we'll call it. Cloud cover around, an occasional little light flake or flurry possible. We're back to the low to mid-teens tonight, so pretty steady temperatures overall. A dash of very light flakes as we head towards dawn tomorrow morning, and then tumbling temperatures through the day tomorrow after starting in the upper teens. Will be in the low single digits by that evening commute for a 4. 8 below zero as we get to Friday morning, but feeling much colder. Staying sub-zero all day long on Saturday. 15 below actual air temperature Sunday morning. And then the start of the rebound. We're back to 25 above on Monday. And granted, it's a bit of a stretch, but we'll call it winter hot on Tuesday with a high at 37. All right, coming up on 7:22. We're taking a break. The Fox 9 Morning News returns in 3 minutes.
You're waking up with Fox 9 Morning News.
Good morning. Welcome back. 7:25 right now. Let's take a look at some entertainment headlines, and we start with this. The author of the Confessions of a Shopaholic series has passed away. Sophie Kinsella is diagnosed with an aggressive form of brain cancer back in 2022. She was just 55 years old. The co-chairs of next year's Met Gala have been announced, and there's some pretty big names. Beyonce, Venus Williams, Nicole Kidman will help put together this star-studded event coming up in May. The theme this year is costume art, with the goal of celebrating the dressed body as it appears in art throughout the centuries. All right, much more to come here on the Fox 9 Morning News. A community effort to keep a beloved holiday festival alive. Shane Wells has a preview.
Good morning. I think you're going to love this story because it is one about a family, neighbors, a community coming together to save their beloved light festival. It is happening. It's starting up tonight. We'll have more on Illuminate Isanti coming up after the break.
Welcome back to the Fox 9 Morning News. Now here's your weather on the 9s.
7:29 now, meteorologist Cody Matz. I'm in for Keith this morning. It is a cloudy start once again. Now, granted, some folks will see a little bit of early sunshine. Look towards the eastern horizon from downtown Minneapolis. A lot of western Wisconsin is actually pretty clear at this hour, leading to much chillier temperatures in some spots. Generally speaking, if you're cloudy, you're a little warmer. If you're clear, you're a bit colder. If you've been clear a while, you're a whole lot colder with our deep snowpack around. So right now, sitting at 14, it feels like 14 because there is no wind, which is great, and that's going to be kind of the common theme through the day today. So enjoy the tranquility. We've cleared out, so looking from downtown Minneapolis off to the east, you get to the clearing conditions. New Richmond right now at 3, but with cloud cover, Maplewood at 15, 18 in West St. Paul, 14 in Bloomington, where we've seen clearing, but the clouds rolled back in, so temperatures fell to the single digits and kind of hovered. It's obviously much colder as well. So Chan right now at 6, same story in Orono. So really depends on where you are. Statewide, it's very similar. Western Wisconsin, very cold, some sub-zero readings straight up into northeastern Minnesota. That's been fairly clear most of the overnight. 10 above in St. Cloud right now, some single digits across portions of the west. So in and out of some cloud cover, clearest spots here. This is where we'll see some early sunshine. For the metro, generally speaking, little, if any, sun today. I would say getting even some patchy sun's probably a bit of a stretch as more mid and high level clouds stream in from portions of the west. There will be a few little tiny flurries here in the metro. It kind of looks like snow globe snow. You're like, oh, this is pretty. Granted, it hurts your soul a little bit because I feel like we've seen at least one flake for like the last 2.5 weeks, and I've had to brush off my driveway with literally a brush instead of a shovel like 400 times. Not expecting that today, although if you have to brush a couple off, wouldn't be shocked. But it's not going to amount to anything in terms of accumulation. It won't do anything to the road. So here's that day planner. Temperatures bouncing around a bit in the teens, some single digits in spots this morning. We should be bouncing back to the upper teens. Go for an afternoon high of 19. We do cool off in a big way tomorrow, and boy, does it get cold this weekend. We'll talk more on that forecast, of course, coming up here on the 9s. The Fox 9 Morning News continues right now.
Now on Fox 9 Morning News at 7 a.m.
So good to have you waking up with the Fox 9 Morning News on this Thursday morning and streaming live always on Fox Local. I'm Tom Butler.
And I'm Kelly O'Connell. We appreciate starting the day with us here. It is 7:31. We do want to get you caught up in some of the headlines here this morning. And there's a lot to talk about. It was a busy night for police in Minneapolis, investigating now 2 deadly shootings less than a half an hour apart from one another on opposite sides of the city. And then there was an officer on administrative leave now for a separate use of force incident. We have full details, the latest from police overnight, coming up in our 8 o'clock hour.
A 55-year-old woman was shot and killed by a man inside an apartment building. This was Maplewood yesterday. Ramsey County SWAT entered the apartment and found the suspect with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The 56-year-old man was rushed to the hospital. It is not clear what led to the shooting. Some residents are still cleaning up from our big storm from yesterday.
There's a lot to clear out. Snow emergencies remain in effect in the Twin Cities, and there are things you need to keep in mind, especially when it comes to parking. Saquon live for us in St. Paul with the details. Hi, Say.
Hey, good morning. Just one of the greatest things about Minnesota winters, right? Well, we are here in St. Paul this morning, just at the corner here of Hillcrest and Syndicate. So where I'm standing right now is Hillcrest, and I'll step out of the way so you can see the huge difference that we're seeing this morning. So this street, obviously you can see the right side here has been plowed already, and you can tell by this giant snow pile that's kind of been brushed off to the side there by plow drivers. Now you take a look to the right, that is going to be Hillcrest there, and you can see there are some cars parked along that street. They will need to move their cars here in the next half hour or so, and you can actually see some people getting in their cars this morning. Either they're starting to move those cars because they know that they're not allowed to park there because those plows need to obviously get through, or maybe they're just heading out for work and they got pretty lucky this morning. I do want to show you a map here of the snow emergency routes here in St. Paul. We've kind of zoomed into the Highland Park neighborhood where we are at right now. Those solid red lines you see are for the day plow routes, meaning cars need to be off the street by 8 o'clock this morning. That's again what we are starting to see with those drivers who were parked along Hillcrest here. You can park in areas that are dotted orange, but only if the street has been plowed curb to curb. That includes the street that we're on right now here along Syndicate, as that right side has been plowed. There are signs placed all over the city that explain which side is what. And if you don't follow the rules, get ready to pay up here, because the city says any cars parked on a street during prohibited times may be ticketed or towed. Now, guys, just across the river in Minneapolis, we know they are also under a snow emergency this morning. So any cars that are parked outside cannot be parked on snow emergency routes in the city. That is, of course, until 8 o'clock this morning, when the city shifts gears a little bit and they're going to start plowing the even sides before they go to the odd side starting tomorrow. I know there's a lot of information to follow. You can always find more information on your city's website.
Right. Otherwise, it could be costly.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's our Saquon reporting live.
Okay, the holidays often bring people together, and that is definitely happening in Isanti.
Their light festival was in jeopardy of being canceled. Is the key word. A group of determined neighbors set out to make sure the Illuminate Isanti return for yet another year. Shane Wells has that story from Bluebird Park.
Good morning. How beautiful is this? We are at Bluebird Park, where Illuminate Isanti is back. Back because there was a chance it wasn't going to happen this year, but folks came together, they pushed hard, and they made sure that, yes, you get to enjoy this one more time. And we've got a good little set of the crew here who have done a lot of work. Okay, first of all, Carla, tell us a little bit about the idea of bringing this back. What had to happen over the last year?
We had weekly meetings, actually. We had to raise at least $16,000. We had to go through hundreds and hundreds of light strands and displays and social media. There's so much. There's way more than I ever expected. But I didn't think it. I just never thought that it was something that was an impossibility. I just knew that it could happen.
And then it did, and here we are. And now we have these perfect flakes flying. The lights are on, so bright. Jennifer, for you, again, when you showed up this morning, you got to see it for the first time all together. A magical moment.
Very magical, very magical. And we couldn't have done it without all our sponsors and the town coming together and helping. And yeah, just a magical feeling.
I was saying it feels like this, like the plot to a holiday movie.
Yes.
So did anybody find love yet?
Not yet, but we have our wings over there, so maybe.
Okay, a proposal by the Wings would make this perfect. Absolutely. We got to have that happen for sure. Okay, Carla, so when people come out, how does this work? I know it's a free event, but there's kind of different activities on different evenings.
There is activities on what we're calling the Festival of Lights, and that runs on the 11th through the 14th, and then again the 18th through the 21st. And those they run from 5 till 8:30 each evening. Lights are on, music. Some nights there's going to be choirs. Some nights there's going to be games. There's going to be an ugly sweater competition. There's food trucks. There's market vendors that are going to be here.
I hear Santa maybe?
Santa will be here. There's free giveaways each night until we run out of supplies. So much.
But other than that, the lights will be on every night. So you can come walk around for free, enjoy it. There's a sledding hill, bring a sled. And then those nights, there's just a little bit more activity folded into this.
Exactly. Okay. Yep. And free parking.
A big thanks to the crew who came out this morning to get all the lights on for us so we could show it off. If you want to learn more, you can head to Isanti Together on their Facebook page. Back to you.
We call that the definition of a labor of love.
I love that so much. All right, it is 7:37. Let's get over to Lauren on this Thursday. Waking up together, and the roads are looking better.
Yeah, the roads are really looking better. Clear lanes, you know, we can see our lines here, and that is just in that improvement from 24 hours ago. Still seeing ice along our shoulders and along your neighborhood streets, bridges, ramps, overpasses, causing a couple issues this morning. We're cleaning up this crash in Maple Grove near 610. This was a 5-car pileup, and we have a couple vehicles still here. You can see one here almost off your screen, blocking our left lane this morning, and they've been here for about 20 minutes. So that backup is growing, and your delay is too. About a 30-minute delay, 50 minutes from Monticello to Maple Grove. That's usually 20 minutes around this time of day. 30 minutes between Elk River and Mounds View on Highway 10. That's a 10-minute delay. And we're also still a bit slow on 35W this morning, but 35E looking good from the Forest Lake area headed south. Here's a look at your big map That is the only major lane blocking crash that I'm seeing right now in Maple Grove. You can see that backup starting right around 610. 169 also slowing through the Anoka-Champlin area, and we've been struggling at this 35W Highway 10 junction for about an hour this morning. 694 just slowing down in the westbound direction. No problems headed east, and most of your routes into Minneapolis are looking fine for now. I'll take another look at drive times in about 20 minutes, and Cody's back with your weather on the 9s in 15 seconds.
Vikings.
Well, it is a cold start. We're cloudy for the most part, but looking at White Bear Lake eastward, there is at least some clearing in the distance. That's where temperatures have gotten real cold in western Wisconsin overnight. Obviously, it's been cold enough for most lakes to freeze over. Obviously, your ice thickness will vary. There's certainly some ice houses on White Bear Lake, so thick enough in these spots. But just be aware, there's no such thing as 100% safe ice, even with temperatures that have been this cold. It is quite chilly, although nothing particularly unusual. Our average lows are now in the mid to upper teens, and we're in that ballpark for folks that have been cloudy all night. Right now sitting at 14. There have been a couple of little random flakes and flurries. You saw that in Shane, in Isanti. It's very pretty. It's like the big fat flakes, but they don't amount to anything, and they're just kind of few and far between. So just kind of a pretty snow globe effect when it does happen. The cloud cover will linger through the day today. The clouds will build back into what parts of western Wisconsin. We'll try to squeeze at least a little patchy sun in some spots today. Meanwhile, the coldest temperatures of the season over the last several years. Here's our list. This is officially in the Metro, so MSP Airport. Last year, our coldest actual air temperature was -19. The year before that was relatively warm in the grand scheme of things because our average for the last 30 years, each and every year, is -18. And you're like, okay, why are you showing me this? Well, we're going to be in that ballpark as we head into Sunday morning. That's kind of the direction we're headed. And so in theory, this could be, Sunday morning could be the coldest of the season area wide. Obviously, we have a long way to go. We're not to January yet. Temperatures right now kind of all over the board in the upper Midwest, courtesy of our random clearing. 50s to our south and west, but here's the leading edge of the plunging temperatures, well below zero in parts of western Canada. All that will be sliding south and eastward behind another clipper system that will dive just off to our south. That will give some light accumulating snow to southwestern Minnesota. The rest of us will see that cold air plunge and temperatures falling quickly through the day tomorrow. Today, though, we're pretty steady overall. We should all rise back to the teens. We'll go for a high of 19 this afternoon. A little flake or flurry possible. Accumulation light at that. We'll stay in southwestern Minnesota with an inch or two possible, especially from Redwood Falls southward. We're pretty quiet overnight tonight. Cloud cover will linger. Overnight low at 14, and we'll actually pop temperatures real fast tomorrow morning. Mid-morning, we're at 19. By your evening commute, we're down to 4. So things are going to cool off real fast tomorrow and get no warmer this weekend. We'll talk that. That 70 forecast is 7:49. We're taking a break. We're back right after
this. Fox Local is Fox 9. Download the new app on your phone today.
for you.
You're watching Fox 9 Morning News at 7 a.m.
Although some key government data have yet to be released, available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace.
Federal Reserve lowered its key interest rate for a third time in a row yesterday. Not a big drop. The drop was a quarter point, down now to 3.6%.
That marks the lowest rate in 3 years. Pat Raykamp, senior financial writer for 1834, division of Old National Bank, here breaking down what this all means, what might happen next year. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, there was this expected cut. The
Yes.
markets were expecting this. A little bit of a difference in opinion. It seemed like the Fed was kind of split on what we should do here. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so there's 12 voting members. This vote was 9-3 in favor of a cut. That might sound pretty unanimous, but it's actually the biggest diversion we've had in about 6 years. Usually these votes go 12-0, 11-1, something like that. Fed members clearly thinking the economy's going different directions and what they're worried about.
Right, different opinions there.
Yes.
How are things looking when it comes to the new year, which will be here before we know it? Are we thinking more cuts are on the horizon?
Right now, so they released some projections for next year. The Fed did what they think they're going to do. There's a majority of the Fed members that want to cut at least once next year. However, some members want one cut, others want multiple cuts. There's a lot of members that want to hold pause, so it's really hard to say, but right now I think one cut is what the majority of the members are thinking, or at least one cut.
We're just looking at some of the projections for next year. And you were kind of explaining too, it's all this balance of the unemployment rate versus this interest rate. It's this balancing effect of the two different
mandates.
points.
Yeah, they want stable inflation and then maximum employment is what they're going for. So how what they do with the interest rate is going to impact one or the other more so. They released economic projections for this coming year for 2026. Comparing it to their September projections, actually pretty good. They think unemployment rate at 4.4%, that's where we're at right now, is pretty good. They think inflation is going to come down to 2% faster than they thought in September. They think economic growth is going to be better than they thought in September.
We know things will likely change next year when it comes to who's leading the Fed, with the Fed chairman coming up with his post in May. We know the president has been pretty vocal about not being happy with Jerome Powell.
Yes, Jerome Powell's term ends in May. He's very, very likely gone. Like you said, President Trump has been adamant. Kevin Hassert's the likely frontrunner, according to all the media reports. He's done the media rounds recently, and he's expressed independence. He's not just going to be a puppet for President Trump, is what he said. And if inflation spikes, he's not going to cut further.
All right.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Pat, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Merry Christmas to
Merry Christmas to you guys. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. All right, it is 7:48 right now. As we take a look outside for us here this morning, look at that, 14 degrees. So
double digits, we'll take it, Cody, but not all of us, right? Some people are still in single digits.
That's true. It kind of depends on where you are in the cloud cover. So we're going to give you a little tour here. So this is obviously downtown St. Paul. Did have a little glow here on the buildings from the sunrise. Let's go to, where are we going? White Bear? Let's go to White Bear. So there's the clearing. Just lost a light pillar. I actually got a picture sent from Shane. She's on her way back from Isanti with her live shots. And a light pillar is like literally a pillar of light that glows from the sun. It comes from ice crystals in the atmosphere, but it's not just any old ice crystals. It's actually the shape of the ice crystal. It's a hexagonal ice crystal. There's a lot of science there. But follow me. And so if you see these light pillars, they can actually come from city lights in the overnight hours, street lights, flashlight. If you turn it on, you can get a little pillar from that. So it just kind of depends on overall how the atmosphere is kind of set up. So we did have some brief sun. You could see some clearing there, western Wisconsin. Let's go to the North Shore. It is just really pretty and like quintessential winter in Minnesota. It doesn't get a whole lot prettier than that. It kind of looks like a Christmas card, as it is a very pretty start across northeastern Minnesota, where there is actually some clearing. Now, that's where temperatures have been the coldest. So back here at home, right now officially at MSP Airport, we're sitting at 15. It feels like 15 because there's no breeze, and that's something we like to see. So here's Futurecast. We will see more clouds than anything. Certainly some clearer spots in western Wisconsin, northeastern Minnesota for the moment, but mid and high level clouds are streaming back in. So a textured sky. We'll try to play peekaboo with a little bit of filtered sun, but I think that's a bit of a stretch overall. We'll see how random little flake or flurry that will take us into the afternoon hours. The best chance for any sort of accumulation whatsoever will stay south and west of the Minnesota River Valley. Really have to get to essentially Worthington to find more than an inch or two in terms of any sort of accumulation. Here comes the next wave. This is kind of the leading shot of some much colder air. So this is the leading edge of a frigid air mass. A quick dash of very light snow tomorrow morning, maybe a quarter to a half inch of snow here in the metro. That would be it. And then it's just downright frigid after that. Tumbling temperatures through the day. Friday, Saturday will be bitterly cold. Wind chills will be on the order of 20 to 30 below all day long, and even colder both Saturday morning and Sunday morning. So this is about as cold as we get here in Minnesota, generally speaking, in each individual year. Today, though, going for generally gray, although certainly some exceptions to that rule this morning. Chilly, nice and tranquil this afternoon, hardly any breeze, an occasional light flake or flurry, high of 19. Cloudy conditions tonight, steady temperatures in those mid to borderline upper teens, and then tumbling numbers tomorrow will spike quickly. Mid-morning tomorrow, 9 or 10 a.m. at 18, and then fall to 4 by your evening commute as that much colder air arrives. Wind chills to start the day will be above 0, and then they come crashing down. Feels like 13 below by that evening commute, 20s and 30s below 0 as you wake up Saturday morning. And it doesn't get any warmer Sunday morning as well. Actual air temperatures on the order of 15 below as you wake up Sunday morning, and not getting above 0 all day long on Saturday. Going for a high of 5 on Sunday. It does rebound real fast, though. In fact, downright balmy on Tuesday with a high of 37. At 7:51, we're taking a break. The Fox 9 Morning News returns here in about 3 minutes.
vehicles.
We're watching Fox 9 Morning News at 7 a.m.
Welcome back. How well do you know the faces of the Timberwolves? What if two of them on the team were combined? The team was put to the test to see if they could figure this one out. It's their newest rookie card. Let's take a look.
Jalen and... Does the name have anything to do with it? This is TJ and JC. Is that Rob? Jalen and Butters.
Ooh, I would say Rob Dillingham and Jalen Clark.
Oh, no way. Oh, wow. Man, how did I get that wrong?
Oh, that's comedy. Me and Jay Clark. Me and Rob. Me and my little son. Look at that. Father and son time.
There you go.
Thank you for watching.
By the way, the Wolves are up against Golden State Warriors tomorrow night in San Francisco. That's tricky. All right. Yeah, the roads are better than they were this time yesterday, but still we're having some issues here. 394 Hopkins not looking good. Obviously, you can see we've got a stalled vehicle off on the side, slow moving in some spots. We'll check in with Lauren Andrego right after the break. Stay with us.
Good morning, 7:59. The roads are clear, but we're still seeing slick spots, especially on your shoulders and ramps, causing a couple of issues like this one this morning. 394 at County Road 73. This is in the Hopkins, St. Louis Park area. Traveling just fine here, but we have a right lane blocked. Highway helper up here, so it looks like we might have another situation in the westbound direction slowing us down. No problems in the eastbound direction. 15 minutes from Wayzata to Minneapolis on 394. A bit of a delay between St. Paul and Minneapolis and St. Paul and Woodbury. But for the most part, drive times looking really good this morning. Here's a look at your big map. Your routes into Minneapolis just starting to slow down, 35W and 94. 494 also slowing down in the westbound direction, and just a couple of spots in the southern metro where we're slowing down. 169 in Shakopee headed toward 494, and Burnsville on 35W headed toward the Minnesota River. I'll have another look at drive times coming up in about 15 minutes, and the Fox 9 Morning News at 8 starts right now.
Now on Fox 9 Morning News.
Minneapolis police now investigating two separate deadly shootings in the time span of less than 30 minutes. What the police chief is saying about the city's latest homicides.
Plus, new parking restrictions have just taken effect for both Minneapolis and St. Paul. Do you know where your car is? Some snow emergency reminders after this week's storm.
And the Minnesota Vikings hope to keep the wins coming as they head out to Dallas this weekend. What they need to do to keep the Cowboys at bay this Sunday. Fox 9 Morning News at 8 starts now.
Live and local all morning. This is Fox 9 Morning News at 8 a.m.
On a guy named Dak Prescott.
Ever heard of him? Yeah.
Good morning to you. Welcome to the broadcast 8 o'clock hour of the Fox 9 Morning News. Great to have you with us. I'm Tom Butler.
And I'm Hannah Flood. Thank you so much for waking up with us here at 8 o'clock. Getting over to Cody Matz for a look at the forecast. Cody, I just had to run to my car and my flats and my dress. It was unpleasant.
Yeah, and rinse and repeat for the next, 4 months?
Thanks.
I mean, more so in some mornings than others. This morning, on the grand scale of things, considering there's no breeze, it's not real bad. Right now, temperatures in those middle teens, which is honestly borderline average for this time of the year. Average lows are falling towards the low teens and getting into single digits. Actually, average lows in northern Minnesota, real close to the Canadian border, are actually below zero. So the sheer fact that we do have some sub-zero readings out there, also not unusual. But the fact that there's no wind, that certainly helps things in terms of a comfort aspect. Meanwhile, we have seen some clearing. That's where temperatures are the coldest across some of our eastern zones. Clouds, though, on the increase once again here in the metro, and will stay pretty cloudy through the day today. There will be some scattered pockets of very light snow across southwestern Minnesota that will lead to an inch or two. For the metro, though, it will be a tiny little flake, a tiny little flurry now and again that will take us into the afternoon. Otherwise, those calm conditions will last today. Hardly any breeze whatsoever. Temperatures will bounce back a few degrees. Most of us will see highs somewhere in the upper teens this afternoon with plenty of cloudy conditions. We hold pretty steady as we head through this evening and tonight in terms of temperature. We start off mild tomorrow, and then we see the plunge through the day tomorrow, and this weekend is going to be dangerously cold. We'll talk all about it, of course, coming up here on The Nights. Guys.
Thanks, Cody.
And obviously there's a lot going on in our community right now. So, yes, this is definitely concerning.
Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara talking about several shootings across the city overnight. We've learned 2 people have died after 2 separate shootings less than an hour apart last night.
And investigators are now working together as many details as they can in both cases. Bill Keller is on the story for us. He joins us in Minneapolis with more. Bill, good morning.
Good morning, Tom and Hannah. Well, it was a busy night for Minneapolis police. The city's homicide unit now investigating 2 separate deadly shootings on opposite sides of the city. Here's what we know. Take a look at these maps. You can see where the first shooting was. That was on the north side in the Hawthorne neighborhood. That was just before 9:30 last night. The second happening less than 30 minutes later in the Elliott Park neighborhood. That's on the Minneapolis's south side. Now, when officers arrived at the first scene, they found a man in his 20s who had been shot. The victim was taken to a nearby hospital where he later died. Police believe it was a fight that led up to the shooting. They also say that 2 people involved fled the scene on foot before officers arrived. Now, as for the second shooting, that happened just before 10 p.m. on Franklin Avenue, not far from Nicollet. That's where police say that a group of people had gathered. There was some type of altercation that escalated to gunfire. A woman in her 30s was shot. She was also taken to the hospital where she later died. The police say the victim was on the sidewalk nearby when she was struck by a bullet, although it is unclear if she was involved in that fight.
In both cases, this appears to be altercations between specific people that then escalated to gunfire, which unfortunately is all too common with community violence in this city.
Yeah, despite the number of high-profile mass shootings, including the deadly attack at Annunciation Church and school, the chief says that the number of people struck and injured by gunfire is actually down 9% since this time last year. Officers say they are following up on leads, but so far no arrests have been made. Tom and Hannah, anyone with information in either one of these cases is asked to contact Crime Stoppers. You can submit an anonymous tip or by phone at 800-222-8477. Back to you.
Yeah, we'll see if somebody knows something out there. All right, thank you. Bill Keller, live for us this morning.
Thanks, Bill. 8:05 here this morning, and also from overnight, a Minneapolis officer now on administrative leave this morning after firing a gun while responding to a situation. Police say thankfully no one was hurt, but this all started when a man called police saying someone was pointing a gun at his mom. When police arrived, they say a man came out of an apartment with a gun in his hand.
Police officers gave multiple and clear commands for the suspect to drop the weapon. The suspect did not comply. One police officer fired 2 rounds. No one was struck by gunfire, and no one was injured during this incident.
Chief O'Hara says that man was taken into custody and booked in the Hennepin County Jail. The BCA now conducting an independent review on this use of force incident.
Concern continues to grow after ICE agents have arrested or detained several people without a lot of explanation. According to data from Cato Institute, more than 70% of arrests here in the U.S. involve people with no criminal record. The recent arrest of a 20-year-old legal U.S. citizen has prompted an apology from Minneapolis Chief Police Brian O'Hara and Mayor Jacob Frey. Mayor Frey also emphasized the city's government support of its citizens.
What is happening and what we're seeing is them illegally and unconstitutionally taking people like Mubashir. Not on our watch. That cannot happen in our city. Get out. They deserve the same rights as every other American because they are American citizens. They've got the full support of this city government behind them.
Governor Tim Walz has asked Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to review those arrests. Take a look at some of the other headlines for you at this hour. At 8:07, the U.S. has seized an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. This marks the Trump administration's latest push to increase pressure on Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, who has been charged with narco-terrorism here in the U.S. Since September, the U.S. has struck 22 boats allegedly carrying drugs, killing a number of people, 87 total.
One of the biggest high school basketball tournaments in the state has been canceled. The Breakdown Tip-Off Classic was supposed to be held at the Edina Community Center on Saturday, but officials with Edina Public Schools say they've canceled that event due to public safety concerns. There have been multiple incidents of fights at these kinds of high school events over the year, including one this past weekend at Hopkins High School.
Taking a live look out at the streets of St. Paul this morning, where a snow emergency is in effect. Crews in the Twin Cities are working hard, we know, to clean up from the recent storm and have just switched over to their day plow routes at 8 o'clock. St. Paul, one of many cities around the metro with active snow emergencies over the next couple of days. It's important to keep in mind where you park your vehicle for the next couple of days to avoid getting a ticket and worse, getting towed. We'll check in with our Saquon, who has details for us coming up at 8:30. You've been there, done that.
Oh, yes.
It's no fun.
No, it's not. And I know what that ride is like, too. See how bumpy it is right now and how much snow. This is why they have those snow emergencies, right, so they can get the plows out there and get things cleared off.
Well, we have received plenty of great holiday cards from you as part of our Fox 9 holiday card exchange.
Including this one from Claire in Kimball. She says, I'm 90 years old and I watch you every day. I love the Friday dance off. They need to give him longer to dance.
I hear you. I hear you, Claire. We're always saying you're cutting it off. What?
Well, I hope you're dancing along with us, Claire. We're dancing tomorrow.
Yes, we are.
So tune on in. If you'd like to be part of our holiday card exchange, just send us a card to that address right there on your screen, and we'll send you one right back. Plus, you might even have yours featured on air. It's so fun to see the pets, the kids, the messages that everyone's been sending.
The best.
It's a great tradition.
So much fun. Let's get over to meteorologist Cody Matz. He's in for Keith on this Thursday, and we're talking about a calmer weather day, which I think everyone will kind of appreciate.
Indeed. I would just give a little shout out to Claire to say The phrase that comes to mind is leave them wanting more.
That's right.
Because you don't want the opposite of that.
Well, sometimes we leave them feeling ill.
We don't want that either.
No, we don't.
So just throw that out there. Meanwhile, yes, it is a quiet start and far more tranquil. The cleanup process continues for a lot of folks. Live look at Maple Grove. It doesn't look a whole lot more wintry around here than this picture with a 10-inch overall snowpack here in the Twin Cities. Of course, that's officially at MSP Airport. Your results will vary, but there's plenty of snow on the ground. There is some melting, though, in the forecast. One of the reasons why city crews will be out and about the next several days getting things cleaned up, because it's not necessarily the deep freeze that causes issues in terms of cleaning, other than the obvious of to humans. The physical process doesn't change. But once things melt a little bit and things get icy and crusty, then it gets a lot harder for crews to move that. So they want to get this cleaned up before some brief melting next week gives you a sign of where that 7-day forecast is headed. Right now sitting, it's cold, 15 degrees, although there's some single digits out there. A couple of random little tiny flakes and flurries. We'll find a few of those through the afternoon bust up into those upper teens. Your results will vary on terms of temperature. Some sub-zero readings where we've cleared out western Wisconsin, northeastern Minnesota. The rest of us, some pocket single digits and some low teens. At least winds are calm. They will stay very light, if not downright tranquil, through the afternoon. A textured sky at the moment, some clearing across our eastern zones, watching a wave pass to our south and west. This will provide southwestern Minnesota with a dash of light snow and an inch or two of accumulation, but really this is more of a travel concern. One of the reasons why the National Weather Service actually issued these winter weather advisories is for a glazing of ice that will cross portions of the Dakotas, through sections of Iowa, and then dive southward into the Ohio Valley come tomorrow along the leading edge of much colder air. There's our frigid air mass. It is rolling southward out of sections of western Canada. That will lead to easily, by far and away, the coldest air of the season so far, starting tomorrow afternoon. Today, though, pretty tranquil. Honestly, not a terrible day. Actually, pretty good day for outdoor activities and sporting events, cross-country skiing, downhill skiing, whatever you're doing, ice skating. Temperatures stuck in those teens. We'll go for an afternoon high of 19 with a pocket little flurry possible through the afternoon. We'll talk more on that 7-day forecast coming up here at 8:19. We're taking a break. We're back here in about 3 minutes.
Fox Local is Fox 9. Download the new app on your phone today. Welcome back to Fox 9 Morning News at 8 a.m.
Welcome back on. It is Thursday, 8:15 is the time. It is going to be a late night Sunday for Viking fans.
The team is heading down to Dallas to take on the Cowboys, and they're hoping to bring the momentum from their shutout win to this next matchup. Tatum Everett with Vikings Entertainment Network joining us now as we take a look ahead. Good morning.
Good morning. Feels so much better after a victory, especially a shutout, huh?
I know, right? Welcome to the studio. We got great stuff to talk about.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, let's talk about JJ's performance, JJ McCarthy's performance this last Sunday. It was a great performance. A lot of
great takeaways. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Is it sustainable for Sunday's match?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, they know the formula now, and they have slowed the game down for him. You know, when they simplify the offense, that you heard that word so much, and what everyone's saying is just it's getting him through his progressions. He was very calm. You could see that confident, calm demeanor that, you know, you've seen in the past from him, and I think that that's just a springboard for hopefully what'll be a great performance against a Dallas defense who is mid.
Yeah.
I think mid's a good word. Is that what the kids say? I don't know.
I think that's what they're saying.
And the one thing that freed all that up for JJ was we had a run game that did pretty well.
Wasn't that great? Yeah.
So you kept the defense guessing there. Do we think we can bring similar success then with our run game and pass game as well?
I think so. I mean, I know that the Dallas defense, that front is where their strength lies, in those front 4 or 5 guys. However, the line played so well this past game. They gave the protection they needed to give. We were able to get Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason to really churn up a nice run game, 162-yard performance. They were averaging almost 5 yards a carry, so why wouldn't you run the ball? I mean, I'm sure you were sitting at home being like, it's been 12 minutes and we just had a 98-yard, 19-play scoring drive. So I think much of the same, hopefully. Obviously, when you are able to play off a good run game, it slows the game down for your quarterback, gives them more confidence, more, you know, makes the defense guess a little bit more.
Play action and look out.
It's beautiful. It was great. Yeah. So, I mean, that is good to see. But you also have to realize, like, that offensive line that we saw was the same offensive line that we wanted in the beginning of the year. They finally played a whole game together.
Right, which was refreshing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was great.
It was
nice. All right, you mentioned the Cowboys' defense being mid, but their offense is
really
kind of money. I think that maybe the kids
that's
are saying
good.
That.
Okay, good.
Okay, there we go. So how's Brian Flores and the defense planning to slow this offense
Yeah,
down?
I mean, I think it's much the same from Brian Flores. He is going to dial up the blitz. He's going to try and disguise and tease Dak. I think it's going to be a real big test for the secondary. You've got hopefully, well, not hopefully, actually for us, really not hopefully, but CeeDee Lamb could be out of concussion protocol. George Pickens, there's this Flournoy kid that's kind of popped. Devontae Turpin, they have a lot of skill guys, plus Jake Ferguson. They have so many skill guys that I think the secondary will be on alert, but as long as you can pressure Dak, get him out of his rhythm, I think that'd be great.
Well, and it seemed to work certainly against Seattle.
It seemed to work.
They rattled Darnold, and maybe they can rattle Dak.
I love it.
We can't help but notice you're wearing winter white.
I am wearing a hat indoors, yes.
I like that. because a whiteout's
We've got
coming.
winter whiteout in 2 weeks. Isn't that wild? So 2 weeks from tonight, or today, rather, we have the Christmas Day game against the Lions. We're encouraging everyone to wear white. So this is the new Unreal drop that came out this week. You want to go get this. This has been in the store. We're going to do a lot of promos so you can see all the options. But we want to white out the building, make it look amazing and snowy on that wintry Christmas Day.
I like the double palms. Those are cool.
Isn't it cute? Yeah. It's very like childlike, but I don't know. I think I'm pulling it off, okay?
It is a vibe at US Bank Stadium during a whiteout.
Oh, I love it. It's just so, and the uniforms are so cool. Like the white helmet and the icy, you know, you got like the icy accents. I love it.
And we have the weather to back it up, too.
Well, goodness gracious. I just, does it stop?
Tatum, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good seeing you, and
y'all too.
I'll see you at the game.
Yep, see you at the game.
There it is. Sunday, 10 a.m. We get things started with the Vikings Game Day Live. Then kickoff at noon. Excuse me. No. I'm so used to saying that. No, it's the evening game on the other network at 7:20 kickoff time. Then we'll have a breakdown of the game, Vikings post game at 10:35 on that Sunday.
All right, yeah, we are feeling the winter white out there this morning. Cody, the good thing is the road's not looking so white as they did yesterday.
That is true. We don't have any accumulating snow falling at this hour. Not expecting that here in the Twin Cities metro today, although there will be at least a little bit in parts of far southern Minnesota. For the metro, it's just kind of more of what we've danced back and forth with really the last couple of weeks, as we'll see an occasional little flake. There may be a tiny little couple of those flakes you have to kind of scoot off your windshield if your car is stationary for a few hours through the daylight hours today. It's just not going to mount anything. It's just going to be a lot more gray. Granted, this is our view from Eden Prairie and the southwestern Twin Cities metro. There are some pockets of sun, especially in western Wisconsin, northeastern Minnesota, but that's going to be the exception today, certainly not the rule. Right now sitting at 15. Your results will vary on that as well, because if you've had some clearing overnight, there are some widespread single digits in central and western Minnesota, and even some sub-zero readings across portions of the north and east. So here's a look at Futurecast. We'll see a smattering of clouds through the day today, a textured sky. We'll try to play peekaboo with a little filtered sun in some cases, but for the metro, it's probably not. Parts of western Wisconsin will see some decent sun, or at least for the next couple, 3 hours or so. Meanwhile, there's the accumulating snow staying in southwestern Minnesota, an occasional flake or flurry for the rest of us. But overall, it will be a pretty quiet and tranquil day. Overnight tonight, that Arctic air mass approaches the leading edge of that air mass. We'll see a quick burst of very light flakes and flurries into your Friday morning commute, with an occasional little dusting or a half-inch possible. That scoots through, then falling temperatures through the rest of our Friday, and will just be frigid Friday evening, Friday night, through the day, Saturday night. It will take us into Sunday as well, as it's just going to be bitterly, bitterly cold. For your wind chills, these are not actual air temperatures, but chills, what it feels like to your skin, as we'll kind of bounce around the next 24 hours. And then here comes the much colder air. We'll actually start off relatively pleasant Friday morning, and then falling numbers through Friday afternoon. It'll be 17 below by your Friday evening commute, and it won't feel any warmer than 20 below zero all day long on Saturday. 18 for a high this afternoon, 18, 19, depends on which graphic you look at, because I've been bouncing back and forth. Upper teens, we'll call it. Cloudy conditions otherwise pretty tranquil, generally speaking. Random flurry possible through the day today. A dash of light snow towards dawn tomorrow morning, and then falling temperatures after upper teens early in the morning will fall through the day, and going for an afternoon or an evening commute temperature of 4. Gets even colder from there. We're going to add a breeze to that. A sneeze of a breeze on Saturday. That -1 will feel no warmer than -20. 15 below for an actual air temperature as you wake up Sunday morning, but it does rebound. Yeah, it's a little tongue-in-cheek, but we'll call it hot, with a high of 37 on Tuesday, so a touch of melting as we get in the middle part of next week. 8:22, the Fox 9 Morning News returns here in about a couple of minutes.
back to Fox 9 Morning News at 8 a.m.
Good morning. Welcome back here. Let's see what's coming up at 9 on Good Day. Would you trust AI for parenting advice? The CEO of a tech startup says he swears by it. And people have opinions. Plus, is there a golden rule when it comes to sending out holiday cards? People online weighing in on the etiquette and whether you should expect to get a card in return if you send them a card. And a recognizable name in the NFL is back, suiting back up, coming out of retirement. Philip Rivers opening up about his big return. And small beauty gifts, perfect for maybe stocking stuffers or just that extra little pop. We have a roundup of some of the great ideas from our beauty expert. It's all coming up at 9 on Good Day. We'll be right back.
.29 now, meteorologist Cody Matson for Keith this morning. Take a look outside. It's just kind of more cloud cover, more of the same. We've seen an occasional little flake or flurry. There are some clearer conditions in spots. It's pretty pocketed. Best chances for a little bit of early sun across western Wisconsin and northeastern Minnesota. Right now sitting at 15 above zero. But here's kind of what's on the way. As you look at the coldest actual air temperatures, official climate site at the Twin Cities, which is MSP Airport, over the last several plus seasons. Last year, our coldest actual air temperature was a -19. Before that, it was actually one of the warmest, coldest temperatures of the season on record, if you followed that, at -8. You can look back several plus years ago in early 2019, it was -28. Our average, our 30-year climate average for the coldest temperature in any given year, in any given season, is a -18. Why am I saying all this? Well, this is essentially kind of the ballpark we're going to be as we wake up Sunday morning over the course of the weekend as some really cold air starts to arrive. Now that will hold off until tomorrow. Today, pretty tranquil overall. An occasional little flake or flurry, some cloud cover out there, some light accumulating snow in southern Minnesota, but we'll stay away from the Twin Cities metro. So temperatures generally hovering in those teens through the rest of the afternoon. We'll go for a daily high of 19. Occasional little flake or flurry, kind of a snow globe snow that won't amount to anything here in the Twin Cities. Otherwise, skies, very light breezes, and actually a pretty decent day overall. The big plunge starts tomorrow. Will take us through the weekend, but there's relief in that 7-day forecast. We'll talk that at 8:49. Let's get a check of those roads now with Lauren and Drago. Good morning, Lauren.
Good morning. Here at 8:30, we are looking crash-free across the Twin Cities. We've had a couple of slow spots early this morning because of some slick conditions. It looks like we've had a couple of fender benders and a couple of stalled vehicles. Just moving slow here on the west side of 694 at Silver Lake Road. This is in the New Brighton area. Your drive time's looking just fine this morning. About a 10-minute delay, which we're used to around this time of day. 29 minutes between Roseville and Brooklyn Center. No problems in the eastbound direction. 610 and 36 are looking really good. Here's your big map. We're struggling on either side of 394 on 494 and 169. We do have some snow removal efforts happening over here, so watch out for those MnDOT crews. Tom and Hannah, I'll have a final look at drive times coming up in about 20 minutes.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it, Lauren. It is 8:31 happening right now. The first time senators are questioning military leaders over President Trump's use of the National Guard.
A hearing is happening before the Senate Armed Services Committee. Our Chanu Her is following that hearing live from our live center this morning. Good morning, Chanu.
Hi, good morning, Tom and Hannah. This hearing is expected to feature some tough questions for Pentagon leaders over the legality of those deployments, which in some places were done over the objections of mayors and governors. Right now, taking a live look at the committee hearing at 8:31, which is just now getting started in Washington, D.C. President Trump has justified the use of the military in American cities by saying the National Guard is needed to support federal law enforcement, protect federal facilities, and also combat crime. But lawmakers have a lot of questions around these deployments involving training, costs, and legal protections. This comes just a day after the president faced another legal setback over his use of the troops. A federal judge in California ruled that the Trump administration must stop deploying the California National Guard in Los Angeles. The judge granted a preliminary injunction, but also put that decision on hold until Monday to give the administration time to appeal. So we will have to right now kind of wait and see what comes out of today's hearing and whether the Trump administration have exceeded its constitutional limits on presidential power. But that hearing happening right now in Washington, D.C. Tom, Hannah.
Okay, yeah, we will see what comes out of all that. Thank you, Chanu.
8:33 is the time. If your car is parked on the street this morning, you may need to move it maybe as soon as possible.
Snow emergencies are in effect across several cities across the metro, and the routes are being focused on by plow drivers, and a lot of these cities switch where you need to park at 8 o'clock in the morning. About a half an hour ago, Saquon's in the weather tracker this morning. How are things looking out there in St. Paul? Good morning, Say.
Hey, good morning to you. Let me show you what things are looking like. We are driving down here along Hillcrest Avenue here in St. Paul, and these cars are going to get into some trouble here because look at what we're running into. If you see out there in the distance, you can see that plow driver probably confused on what to do here because he's seeing these cars parked on the street when they're not supposed to be. Remember that day plow route, it switched over to the day plow route at around 8 o'clock this morning, so these cars needed to have moved by then. They didn't, so of course they could face some trouble. Hopefully they just get lucky. Here's a look at the snow emergency map for St. Paul, though. We've kind of zoomed into the Highland Park neighborhood where we're at right now. Those solid red lines you see are for the day plow routes. Again, that means those cars needed to have been moved off the street by 8 o'clock this morning. Now you can park in areas that are dotted orange, but only if the street has been plowed curb to curb. There are signs placed all over the city that explain which side is what, and if you don't follow the rules, get ready to pay up because the city says any cars parked on a street during prohibited times may be ticketed or towed. Here's another look here in St. Paul. We're having a little trouble getting through these streets, which is why it is so important to clear your cars and get your cars out of the way so that those plow drivers can get through. A reminder, Minneapolis is also under a snow emergency right now. The city there is starting to plow the even side before they'll move on to the odd side tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. So, of course, you can see for yourself why the plowing is definitely needed right now.
Yeah, why they need you to move. Bumpy ride out there, Say.
No kidding. All right. Saquon reporting live in St. Paul. Thank you, sir.
All right, 8:35 this morning, and coming up, the show must go on.
That is the motto in Isanti after the community rallies together to save this year's Holiday Lights Festival. Let's check in with our Shane Wells.
Good morning. Isn't it beautiful? We are in Isanti this morning, and the story here is that this event was in jeopardy of being canceled. And so there's a group that came together. They have been working a year to make sure that Illuminate-St was back again, and it is here, shining bright. Starts up tonight. We'll tell you more about all the offerings. It's a free event. That's coming up after the break.
Fox.com today.
Now on Fox 9 Morning News at 8 a.m.
Hello, good morning. Welcome back here on this Thursday. You can see the roads out there. This is a live look in Eden Prairie this morning, looking much clearer than this time yesterday. So hopefully you're going to have a smooth morning ahead. We're talking about a cloudy and tranquil day. Cody says a high of 19. Chilly with a few of those light flakes and flurries. We've seen it just a bit, almost just like that, literally kind of dusting here this morning. We'll check in with Cody talking about more cold temperatures on the way coming up in just about 10 minutes. Oh, this next story. It sounds like the plot out of a holiday movie. A town is coming together to save their Lights Festival. It's happening in Isanti, and Shane Wells is there this morning with a first look at Illuminate Isanti.
Good morning. This kicks off tonight. 5 p.m. is when the big reveal happens. Of course, we're giving you a little sneak peek this morning, which we always love. We're at Bluebird Park. I already have frozen mouth. I was just telling Suraj, I don't know when I'm going to get over that or how I'm going to work through this, because you know what I have to do for a job is go out and talk in the cold. We're going to get there, though. Carla, she's great in the cold. That's the good news. Jennifer, Erica, all with Isanti together. You guys banded together last year. When the festival was happening, you heard maybe next year wasn't going to be possible. You made sure that it happened.
We did. We got together in this small community with our friends and said, we're going to make this happen. We started a group called Isanti Together. And so we've been doing all of this work. Pretty much almost everything that you see we've done. The city has put up the larger displays and put the lights on the trees for us. Other than that, we've done everything else.
And you've been here this morning, still working to get this ready.
Yeah, we were here late last night and we got up super early this morning and just to get things ready. Yeah, it has to be ready tonight.
Sure. Jennifer, you said when you first got here, you said you teared up a little just because you're seeing it happen.
Yep, I did. It was just so magical and everything this town needs.
Absolutely. Okay, what are you most looking forward to about this?
Seeing my preschoolers arrive. I have one picture that I saved, and River and I stood right underneath that snowman last year, and I'm going to meet that little guy again this year.
Erica, when are they coming?
I hope every night. Thursday through Sunday, Santa will meet them every single night.
Okay, what I love about this is these lights will be on from 5 to 10 p.m., basically through Christmas. The 21st? Did I get that right? Or all the way to
It will be through Christmas.
Okay, so through Christmas, free to come, walk around, and enjoy the park. There are special festivities planned throughout, though. Tell us about those.
So we're calling that Illuminate-St Festival of Lights that will run from tonight until the 14th, and then again the 18th through the 21st. And those nights we will have Santa here. There will be choirs, there's going to be games, there'll be an ugly sweater competition on the 19th of December. There will be food trucks, there is
free giveaways.
There's a sledding hill, bring your own sled. We've put up a giant culvert, covered it in snow to make a giant cave for kids to play in. We just want to make it fun for everyone to just come out for free and enjoy.
Feels like some good, wholesome fun.
Yeah, and we couldn't have made this a free event without the countless sponsors that we've had supporting this whole thing. We our major sponsors were Connexus Energy and Wolf River, but we had tons of other people donate as well.
And you put in the legwork, though, to find all these donors and to keep this event going. So we appreciate what you guys did, the community appreciating it as well. It's beautiful. As soon as you pull up, you're like, oh, look at that. So thank you for showing it off for us this morning. Congratulations on making it happen. Again, 5 p.m. is the time that this opens up tonight, runs through the 25th here at Bluebird Park. Back to you guys.
So gorgeous, and even more special that it was kind of saved by the community. It really is like the start of a Hallmark movie. All right, much more ahead here on the Fox 9 Morning News, including an effort to help local pet owners. The Animal Humane Society gearing up for a free pet food pop-up. How you can get involved, how they are helping families and pets who just need a little extra boost right now. We have details on that event coming up after the break. We'll be right back.
Fox Local is Fox 9. Download the new app on your phone today.
Bye.
Welcome back to Fox 9 Morning News at 8 a.m.
Good morning. Welcome back. This feels nice.
You're cute.
Have a cute little kitty this morning. That's because we know winter and the holiday season, it can put a lot of added stress on families, on people, and on their budgets.
Yeah, this is very true. And coming up next week, the Animal Humane Society is lending a helping hand to families facing financial hardship. They're hosting a free pet food pantry pop-up. It's happening next Thursday. It's at the AHS Vet Clinic off of University Avenue West in St. Paul. So it's a great little thing you do. Is this an annual event we do, Brittany?
We do it quarterly, actually. Since April of 2024, we started doing these free pet food pop-up pantry events.
Awesome. Brittany Bauman, by the way, joining us from the Animal Humane Society. Tell us who we brought along today.
Yes, so I have Leah, you have Evie there, Hannah, and they are 2-month-old kittens. They were part of a litter of 5 found abandoned in St. Paul. The other 3,
microphone, Hannah.
They're a little on the mischievous side. They have a lot of energy. Their 3 siblings already went to good homes, and so these 2 will be ready for adoption very soon. Probably could be as early as today or over the weekend. So make sure to check our website, animalhumanesociety.org, or stop in our Golden Valley location. We have lots of cats and kittens right now.
Right.
Oh, she's literally purring.
Yeah. They're very sweet.
So nice.
So yes.
Okay, so tell us how people can get involved with these pop-up pantries. What do they need to do?
Yeah, so these are open to families that are facing financial hardship right now. The clinic will start at 4 o'clock next Thursday evening, so the line will probably start to form a little before then. You line up. And we will go until the supplies last. So we will be able to provide a month's worth of dry dog and or cat food. So it's 2 pets per family. So if you have a dog and a cat, you can get a bag of each. We have about 1,800 plus pounds of dog and cat food each that we're going to be handing out. So we're hoping to serve about 75 families. And in addition to that, if you do come, we also have some extra supplies. So like leashes, toys, we're hoping to have some warm coats, some booties for folks who might need that to help keep their pet warm. And if you aren't somebody that necessarily needs the service, but you want to help, we can always use donations. So if you've got an unopened bag of dog or cat food, maybe, you know, Chewy sent you the wrong kind and said, keep it, here's what you need. Or maybe your pet passed recently, you don't know what to do with that. We can certainly take that and give that to somebody who is in need and help them get through one more month.
Right. And the timing is perfect because here we are up against the holidays and maybe money's a little tight, that type of thing. But you said you do this quarterly, which is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And why is it important for AHS to provide this service?
Yeah, we know oftentimes that if folks don't have access to pet food and they might need it and they're maybe going to a food shelf themselves, what they're doing is they're feeding their pet first before they're feeding themselves. This one is getting away from me here. And so that's not good for the owner or the pet, right? We want pets eating food that is for them, and we want the folks that need their human food to eat that first as well. So really, when we're helping pets, we're helping the people who love them, and when we're helping those people, we're helping their pets too. So it's really connected. Animal welfare and human welfare really do go together.
Hand in hand, no question.
Can you hear this cat?
I know, it's like a little motor over
We're
here.
so happy over here. And so huge because we know sometimes this pet food is not cheap. So a huge helping hand. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, thank you for being here, and thank you, ladies. Oh, yeah, it got a little cleaning time there.
We
Mama
became
Hannah,
fast friends.
Mama Hannah. To learn more, you can go to their website. Again, that pet food pantry is happening this next Thursday at the AHS Vet Clinic off of University Avenue West. That's in St. Paul. Doors will open 4 o'clock.
Yes, so the line will probably start a little bit before then, and we'll be there as long as supplies last.
That is great. Great event.
Good stuff.
Thanks for being here.
8:49 here this morning. Let's get over to Cody Matz for a final check at our weather here in the 8 a.m. hour.
Question, do you know if the cats do okay with dogs?
They're kittens. They might. If
They might?
If
Okay.
the dog might like them, they're very rambunctious. So.
Well, let's be honest. Most dogs are rambunctious too. So right there with you. It's a chilly start. Nothing particularly unusual. Obviously, the cloud cover from this vantage point, looking towards downtown St. Paul. There are some pockets of clearing, especially in parts of western Wisconsin, northeastern Minnesota. We're going to stay pretty cloudy overall. That would be kind of the general theme today. There's exceptions to the rule, of course, but those will be few and far between. 15 is where we currently sit. So starting off actually right around average lows, although admittedly there are certainly some colder locations locations, especially spots that have seen a little bit of clearing overnight. Meanwhile, here's Futurecast. A lot of cloud cover today. Any accumulating snow will stay in southwestern Minnesota. You head south of Marshall, west of Fairmont, there may be an inch or two of light snow accumulation. For everyone else, it'll just be an occasional flake or flurry, kind of look like a snow globe now and again, and it's just not going to amount to anything. Meanwhile, we're quiet tonight, and then the leading edge of an Arctic air mass arrives as we head into your Friday morning. That eventually will lead to a burst of very light snow, probably just in time for a Friday morning commute. It won't be much, but we know it doesn't take much. A half inch, maybe, potentially, in the Twin Cities metro, most of the area as we head in through Friday morning. And the big plunge after that, falling temperatures as we head through the day on Friday, and it's just going to be bitterly cold over the course of the weekend. We make fun of it a lot. We say stupid terms like stupid cold, but it is kind of the dangerous cold category. Frostbite times will be 10 minutes or less. So need to dress appropriately if you're heading outdoors for any length of time through the course of the weekend. Today, though, gray, it will be a little chilly. Overall temperatures slightly below average in the upper teens, but not much, if any, breeze. So nice and tranquil with an occasional little snow globe flake now and again. Cloudy conditions tonight, pretty steady temperatures will hover in those mid to even borderline upper teens. That's where we'll start tomorrow morning, then plunging temperatures through the day. So the morning commute will be at 18, the evening commute will be at 4. As we see the much colder air arrive, it will come with a pretty solid breeze out of the northwest as well. There's your morning feels like temperatures. Here comes the cold plunge. 13, 15, 17 below zero by the time we hit that evening commute. And then 20s, 30s, and 40s below zero is what it will feel like as you wake up Saturday morning. By Saturday afternoon, actual air temperatures also staying below zero. Won't feel any warmer than minus 20. Actual air temperatures will be by far and away the coldest of the season. Area-wide Sunday morning at 15 below here in the Twin Cities, 20s and maybe even some 30s below zero across portions of northern Minnesota. High of 5 on Sunday, but we rebound quickly and admittedly a little tongue-in-cheek. But that 37, well, that's Minnesota shorts weather around here as we'll do a touch of melting as we get in the middle part of next week. All right, 8:52, let's get a check on those roads with Lauren and Drago. Hi, Lauren.
Good morning. That forecast is like cancel your plans type of cold weather. Here's a look at 35W in Minneapolis near Northeast. Still looking a little slow this morning, headed into Minneapolis this morning. You can tell here, too, we're dealing with snow on our shoulders. We've got a lot of it, if you haven't noticed. So snow removal crews are out across the Twin Cities, can cause little delays blocking right lanes. So keep that in mind. Give them plenty of room as you head out the door this morning. And roads are looking clear, but they're still slick and have caused a handful of issues this morning. So it's still one of those days where you want to take it easy as you head out the door. No delays anymore on 35W or 35E. 25 minutes headed into Minneapolis from Forest Lake. 20 minutes on the Burnsville side. No problems on 35E. Here's your big map. I can feel the sigh of relief. We did it. We're back to normal driving conditions after 2 mornings that were a little bit difficult. So we'll enjoy it. Just give yourself plenty of time and watch out for those slick spots, Tom and Hannah, especially on those neighborhood streets, ramps, and bridges. We're still seeing those across the Twin Cities.
Right. All right, Lauren, thanks so much for the update. Appreciate it so much. The Frosts are currently on a break, but players are still filling the score sheet. USA Hockey taking on Canada in their rivalry series to prepare for the Winter Olympic Games. Frost forward and Plymouth native Kelly Panic notching 2 goals and an assist. Kendall Coyne Schofield, 3-point night. Britta Curl-Salome added a second period goal. Team USA wins big, 10-4. Hannah likes it. I like it. Their 3rd straight win over Team Canada.
Yeah, fun game to watch. A lot of action there. All right, Vikings fullback C.J. Ham has been nominated for the 2025 Walter Payton Man of the Year for the 2nd year in a row now.
The most prestigious award given to an individual player in the league. Ham gives back to the community in so many ways, but he's not one certainly to boast or brag. So his daughter and his, well, they made a video for him highlighting some of the work. Both daughters. Here's the reaction.
Hi, my CJ. Hi, I'm CJ Ham, fullback from the Minnesota Vikings. I like to visit the kids and play games with them. If I win the Walter Payton Man of the Year award, I can do even more things to help people. So vote for me, CJ Ham.
That's awesome. But I hope when she reads them that she knows why I do the things that I do, It's not for me, but it's for my family, my kids, to treat people the same way my parents taught me to treat people.
That's about says it all, right?
Show that to the
Man, oh man, no kidding. Or even the sensitive dad girl. Wow.
That's
Girl
really
dad. I'm
sweet.
excited to even mess that up. Girl dad. That's what I am. What a guy is right. And what a gift for him.
Yeah.
And what a gift he's giving to his family.
And what a gift all of you have sent to these local families. We're helping out.
The greatest.
With Print Our Tree this season. We've got our trees from Gertens that are going out to families here this week. And so we're showing off a couple more of these ornaments you guys have sent in.
And this is all from one person. Well, her name is Steph Benner, and she says, Merry Christmas, Fox 9 crew. I painted these ornaments for Print My Tree. Thank you for supporting local families. Isn't that great? We have a couple more over at the desk we're going to put on the tree. We have 5 because she knows we have 5 trees. So thank you, Steph. They're beautiful, by the way.
Yeah, gorgeous. Gorgeous hand painted. Yeah. And all 5 of these trees going out to 5 local families in need comes with a $200 Visa gift card. So we're so excited to start dropping these trees off.
Is there a delivery today, Hannah?
There might be a delivery.
Might be a delivery today. That will do it for us. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday. We'll see you again at the 11 a.m. news. I'll be with Mr. Metz for that.
We've got Fox 9 Good Day coming up next, and we leave you with this live shot of CHS Field this morning, looking all decked out for the Holiday Glow Lights Festival. Thank you for watching. Have a good rest of your day.
Good morning. 9 o'clock. Look at this. We have received so many wonderful cards for our Fox 9 holiday card exchange. We're talking hundreds and hundreds of cards. When it comes to sending holiday cards to friends and family, should it matter if you receive one in return? Well, one woman sharing her frustrations about this topic online, saying she stopped sending Christmas cards and she started to notice she received fewer and fewer cards, realizing people were only sending her a card because she sent them a card. A lot of people pointing out she shouldn't have this expectation that she would get one in return. Others say, yeah, I've given up the whole idea of sending out cards. They're just going to be thrown away anyway. And the cost of it all. This did inspire our poll question of the day here. Do you send out holiday cards? Is this something you do? Yes, no, used to, or stopped? Maybe it depends on the year. I know for some people, they always do it, they never do it. Yes, leading the way at this point, fox9.com/poll. We'd love to get your take. And I do think this is interesting. I know we've talked about it. We do send out a holiday card. It's a lot of work. It is expensive. It is one of those things that every year it's a little stress-inducing, I think, for a lot of parents and families and people just in general, of like, what am I going to do? If you have a photo, then you have to plan the photo, whatever. Yep. And I mean, yes, you shouldn't expect to receive a card, but it is nice to receive one. And if you're looking at your list and maybe trying to trim costs, if you look at a family or a person who hasn't sent you one in a couple years and maybe you take them off the list, I don't know. I mean, have I done that? Yes.
Yeah. Like 2 years ago, we haven't done a big mailing. We still do like grandmas and aunts and uncles and stuff like that, but we haven't done a big mailing in 2 years. And so I would expect that, yeah, less people would send me cards because they didn't get one from me, and that's totally fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't send them, so I can't judge somebody else for not sending cards. Sometimes two people would send us cards and I hadn't had them in my list and we only printed so many and it was like, shoot.
Yeah. Oh, I've definitely had
one
that.
Back.
Yeah. I think it's just, that's human nature too, of it's stuff, it's expensive.
Trim us, guys. If you had us on your list this year, you're not getting one.
I did tell her, you said you can cut me from the list. Should I tell what happened?
Yeah.
All right. So I ordered our cards, right? I've ordered them for 10 plus years. Never had an issue. They arrive a couple days ago and I'm like, gosh, these look really big. I ordered like a jumbo size card for somehow, so now I can't even use regular stamps. So not only did I spend money on these cards, now I have to spend like double.
Everyone's
on
like,
postage.
wow, Kelly is really flashy this year.
Just if anyone received one, it's not because we think we're like super special and need to be front and center, but it is quite large. So yeah.
Oh, see, that's a good story. That's fun.
Is it?
It is, and you will win the award for biggest card. Like the ones who have like the full fold-out thing too. I'm always like, whoa, these are fancy. All right, speaking of cards and letters, when the year ends, so will letter deliveries from Denmark's postal service. So the country's citing a 90% drop in demand since 2000. 1,500 post boxes have started disappearing from the country. There will still be privately owned companies that can deliver letters, but Denmark ranks among one of the most digitized in the world. There's an app for almost everything, and few people use cash. They even carry driver's licenses, health cards, all that on their phones. Bills are sent electronically. So I guess they're not sending Christmas cards, or they're doing so through an email type delivery.
Or a private company kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, yeah, you're starting to look at it, you know, if you're an entity, a company, a country, and you're like, no one's using this and this is costing us money to keep it up. Obviously, we're not to that extent, but the Postal Service has had a hard time keeping up. There's no secret, that's no secret, that fewer people are using that service. We're using other things, and I'm not saying we're getting to that point, nor should we, but you can see why it could get to that point.
It's sort of, I mean, it makes sense in a lot of ways. I think getting a letter in the mail is special, but like, how often do you get letters in the mail?
Right.
Pretty rare.
And especially,
holidays is about it for us here.
And especially if you are in a place that wouldn't work here because still so much comes in the mail, bills, that kind of thing, notices.
But see, most of the stuff you don't want either. You're like, oh.
You still got to get the bill though.
What's in there?
It doesn't, just because they stop sending it in a mail form doesn't mean you don't have to pay,
free.
Shane. Wouldn't that be nice? All right, in many ways, technology has made raising kids maybe easier, but the CEO of one of the biggest artificial intelligence companies says he doesn't know how he would parent without AI.
I cannot imagine having gone through that, like figuring out how to raise a newborn without ChatGPT. Clearly, people did it for a long time, no problem.
Yes.
But
yeah.
So I know it's clearly was possible.
Yes, it was possible.
But I have relied on it so much.
Okay, so that is Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, which runs ChatGPT. He says he would ask AI all sorts of questions about his son's milestones or things that maybe he thought were strange. Is this normal? Altman and his husband welcomed their son in February, and there's a lot of responses off of this being like, this is concerning. This is, oh my gosh, have we gotten to this point? On the flip side, I will say, I'm not necessarily saying AI should replace your pediatrician or your babysitter or whatever, or just like common sense knowledge. But we didn't have AI when I was raising my kids and like growing up. But like, I definitely Googled a lot. Like if you looked at my phone when I had newborns, it was all sorts of Google. Is this normal? Should this be happening? What does it mean when they do this? So is this just the next generation's version of Google? I don't know. I mean,
he sounds kind of unintelligent by not thinking of like that nothing has existed to help us until his AI development. You're like, well, before that we had books and now we had Google and now there's this, which is just basically like Google on steroids.
Right. Yes. Just don't take it, to a T and everything.
I'm sure doctors love when you walk in, you're like, so I know exactly what my baby has. Dr. Google said.
Yeah, I mean, I did a lot of Googling
WebMD?
in the middle of the night of like, is this rash normal? Like looking at pictures, I'm like, kind of looks like this one. Okay, that means it's this.
Googling rashes is dangerous.
It is.
Those pictures can be quite alarming.
Yes, for sure.
What? All right, after 5 years of retirement, an NFL quarterback has rejoined the league. He might even be taking snaps for the Colts this weekend.
Something about it excited me, and it's kind of one of those deals. The door opens, and you can either walk through it and find out if you can do it, or run from it. And I know that there's risk involved, obviously, of what may or may not happen. But the only way to find out is going for it.
Phillip Rivers, he retired in 2021, his first year in the NFL, so he was drafted in 2004. Now at 44 years old, he could be one of the oldest starting quarterbacks to ever play. He returns as the Colts are trying to stay alive in the playoff race. The team's top 3 quarterbacks are each dealing with injuries. Whether or not he plays depends in part on the health of backup quarterback Riley Leonard. Phillip Rivers, too, everyone's kind of making the joke, but he has 10 kids. He has a grandkid. He could practically field his own team.
Well, and that's kind of the joke of like, oh, I've been practicing with my kids for the last however many years. I mean, good on you. I don't know if he'll play. Obviously, he's there in case kind of thing. But maybe, who knows?
Okay, if I'm his wife, I'm like, absolutely not. Are you going to go play this game? Like one hit on a 44-year-old's body who has not been taking hits for like 4 or 5 years.
True.
Like you got to build up to that.
Yeah, but maybe he has been. I mean, not taking hits, but maybe I don't know, he's probably got a gym in his house.
He's probably working out, but I feel like that's so different than putting on pads and that like physicality of the game. But I mean, I was like, maybe he needs some money. He's got a lot of kids. Getting a paycheck. I don't know.
We'll see.
I'm trying to justify it in my mind, Kelly. I'm having a hard time.
I don't know. We'll see. It's a great storyline on Sunday for the Colts.
Oh, man.
For sure.
Yes.
All right. Most Christmas songs you hear now are likely covers of classics, if it's not the classic. Billboard just releasing its list of the best Christmas covers of the 21st century. And their list has some of us raising eyebrows. Here's number 1.
Silver bell, it's Christmas time in the city. Oh, ring-a-ling, hear that ring. Soon it will be Christmas Day.
All right, so that is number 1. I love John Legend. I never even heard that.
Same.
Take. Here's the top 5. Number 2. This is a head scratcher. This is a cover of Fairy Tale of New York by Jason and Travis Kelce called Fairy Tale of Philadelphia. That is number 2, by the way. This is Billboard. This isn't like some random, I don't know, internet list. Michael Bublé, number 3. Josh Groban, number 7. Kelly Clarkson, number 8. Okay, like great, but like Michael Bublé's like, I got beat out by the Travis Kelce in the Kelce brothers. Same
So I
with Kelly
haven't
Clarkson.
heard that Fairy Tale in Philadelphia song, so I don't want to judge. I did not know that they could sing, or if they can.
I think it's okay. Is it a Kelly Clarkson? No. I mean, Kelly Clarkson has one of the, arguably,
she's got a few.
One of the best
bangers.
voices we have heard in many, 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 many years, in my opinion. I think she is incredible.
She can sing anything.
Yes. So,
I'm not always a big fan of the covers either. Sometimes I'm like, I think that one could have been left alone. Doesn't need to be jazzified.
I think it's hard to come up with a Christmas song.
So you just sing what's already there.
Yeah. Pay a couple royalties to whoever, and then you do your own version. And again, they're all trying to get that Mariah Carey. They're all trying to make it big so that they can
keep
just
trying, guys,
bankroll each year.
It's never going to happen. This is just the top of the pyramid.
We did ask for you to share your favorite Christmas songs on our Facebook page, and people have all sorts of different favorite ones, and we're going to share some of them throughout this show, so that'll be kind of fun.
And let us know if by any chance Fairy Tale in Philadelphia is your number one.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Or if you've heard it.
Maybe. All right, let's see what else is coming up here on Good Day.
Beauty products don't have to break the budget. Our expert is in with some ideas worth gifting or maybe keeping as a little treat to yourself. Plus, the Minnesota Landscape Arboretum is a winter wonderland inside and outside. Garden Guide Dale Kay sharing the full slate of fun events they have coming up. But first, think vintage and thrifty as you spruce up your home for the holidays. The owner of a local shop is sharing her easy ways to add a little bit of flair and holiday cheer without taking up so much space and spending a lot of money.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Yeah, we are sharing a few of your favorite holiday songs this Thursday. Arthur's favorite, It's the Most Wonderful Time of the Year by Andy Williams, a classic. We know holiday decor can certainly make the season bright, but buying all those big pieces, it can get pricey. And where do you have the space? Earlier this month, I took a trip to a local vintage shop getting some decorating and gifting ideas. It is cold outside, but it's warm in here. Oh, look at that fire. Christmas has officially arrived here at the vintage shop. We are at the Mustache Cat in St. Paul. Rebecca Sansone is the owner. You're all decked out, ready to go.
We're ready.
We are talking decorating for the holidays without spending a lot, maybe even using some of the stuff you already have in your house and thinking it, repurposing it.
Yes, 100%. It doesn't need to be a huge deal. It doesn't need to be a new bin full of decor that you need to figure out where to store. We love to say start small. I think one of the best ways to do that is with holiday pillows.
Yes.
So we've got teeny tiny hook pillows. This one looks like a candy cane. I've got a couple more over here that are small, easy to store, throw them on top of a bin. I love to add a little bit of fun to either your couch, an end table, what have you.
You make a good point, too, because not only can it get expensive to do a whole new season of decorating, the space.
The storage, 100%. This shop was inspired in part by my mother, who has closets full of decor. Now, I'm not here to say don't decorate for the seasons. 100% decorate for the seasons. I think it's fun, but you don't have to have closets full of decor, and we can save stuff from the landfill by choosing secondhand.
Sure. We've got some vintage pieces back here.
Yeah,
brings
blow
me back
molds.
to my childhood.
I mean, truly, would it be holiday Christmas without some blow molds? Here we've got the gingerbread folks and whatnot. I like to leave mine inside. You can put them outside. I think one of these friends in a window, and you've got a really nice touch of exterior illumination, if you will, without all the hard work.
What's going on here?
These are so fun. So these are made in partnership with a local maker. We provide the vintage cans. We do vintage. We've got some beer cans. We've got some vintage soda cans.
Cute.
And then she adds vintage bits and bobs on top. So we've got bottle brush trees, ornaments, cute little Christmas things from years past. But again, similar vibe here with the small, easy to store, one piece that really adds a lot of fun and festivity to maybe your mantle or your dining room centerpiece. You don't have to have a whole holiday set. You don't have to have Christmas plates and low balls and high balls and coupe glasses. If you have a mug, use the holiday mug. For example, we've got a handful over here. Use a holiday mug and serve your old fashioned in a mug.
Sure, why not?
Serve your mulled wine, of course, in a mug. We've got a nice way to kind of limit, again, the amount of stuff.
Oh, we have a little visitor here. Who's this guy?
That's Bernie.
Bernie's
The mustache cat.
The mustache cat.
He's hard at work here. He'll follow us, I'm sure, throughout
Okay, I love it.
the tour. Another really wonderful way to reuse some of your holiday decor that you may already have, or maybe you were gifted, is to take a tray and lean it up and use it on your mantle, on a shelf. I think it's super festive. And then you can take it down when you want to serve on it. It can absolutely be a dual purpose situation. Same thing with holiday glassware or regular glassware. We're happy to fill them for you as candles. You can buy them as a nice hostess gift and then have it turn into a holiday glassware item. But generally, the vibe here is take cool old stuff that you probably already have and give it a new life.
Give it new life. If you want to check out Rebecca's shop again, it's called the Mustache Cat, located off of Lexington Parkway in St. Paul. All right, still to come here on Good Day, a new food trend just in time for the holidays. What's going on here? Green pasta, inspired by the Grinch himself. How you can make it at home. And all the shoveling we've had to do this winter already. It can be troublesome for your heart. Some tips on what to watch out for and how to stay safe. It's all coming up on Good Day. We'll be right back. Welcome back here. You've heard of green eggs and ham, but would you eat green spaghetti? And a very cute attraction coming to Florida, a first of its kind, in fact. Here's your good list.
We're about to find out how valuable the last U.S. pennies are. Today, the U.S. Mint will auction off the final pennies ever produced, selling 232 specially certified 3-coin sets. 232 was picked because it's how many years the penny has been around. Each includes one of the final pennies struck at the Philadelphia and Denver mints, as well as 24-karat gold uncirculated pennies. Experts believe the sets will go for tens of thousands of dollars each. The live bidding gets underway this morning at 11 o'clock. A new attraction is coming to Florida, and you can hang out with the sloths. The world's first sloth aquarium, opening up February in Orlando. It offers a guided experience inside a rainforest-style habitat. More than 40 sloths will roam freely, apparently, among the trees, the vines, and other climbing walls. No petting or holding is allowed. Tickets to get in about $50. Netflix K-pop Demon Hunter celebrating a new title this morning. Now named Time's 2025 Breakthrough of the Year. The movie has exploded in pop culture. Google's top 5 most searched Halloween costumes were all characters from the film. The cast has taken over late night TV, the Thanksgiving Day Parade, even made a surprise appearance on Saturday Night Live. Time says the film is no longer niche, it is a global phenomenon. And a new online trend has some people seeing green. This is Grinch spaghetti. Well, it's just regular spaghetti, but it's green. The secret, you add food coloring to the water when you boil the noodles. Or you could use pesto sauce or pureed green veggies to add to the noodles. The trend also serves as a fun holiday activity. One parent saying, it's a silly tradition that our kids will remember for years to come. Or they'll refuse eating because it's green. Because that's what my kids will be like, oh, but maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. What did you do to this?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we are adding another ornament to our tree. For Primp Our Tree, you can see, this is the one we picked.
Santa.
We got a card here, and it is from Renee, Heather, and Russell from Hastings, Minnesota.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
My goodness, we have had so many ornaments come in. It's been really fun, so really appreciate all of you who have sent them in. It really means a lot, so thank you. Want to check back in with our poll question of the day. It's all about holiday cards.
Yeah, do you send them out, yes or no? We want your take. You can weigh in, fox9.com/poll. Yes is in the lead right now. I sent out a few.
Hey, that counts.
It's not like 50.
That's okay.
Okay.
Yes. We didn't say how many. We said cards, plural, so just you have to have at least 2.
Okay. I did it.
Coming up here on Good Day Winter, it's a beautiful time, of course, at the Minnesota Landscape Arboretum.
Dale Kay is there this morning, taking in nature, indoor nature.
Exactly. As we inch closer to the holidays, always a good time to come out to the Minnesota Landscape Arboretum, including checking out these 52 individually botanically themed trees, winter lights, and a whole lot more. We'll take you on a little tour of what's going on at the Arboretum. That's coming up today on Good Day. We'll be right back after this thing.
091.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Oh, we're sharing a couple of your favorite holiday tunes on this Thursday. Lori picked this one, Jingle Bells by Barry Manilow, a little jazzy version of the classic, of course.
All right, let's take a live look from Bentleyville Tour of Lights in Duluth. It was just picked as USA Today's best holiday light displays in the country. So visitors can stroll among over 5 million lights throughout a 20-acre park on the shores of Lake Superior. This is what it looks like when it's in action. Guests can get their photo taken with Santa, enjoy cocoa, cookies, roasted marshmallows, and popcorn.
Wow, the best of the best.
I love it. You know, Mankato has a really good little stroll through the park lights tour, Sibley Park. If you're looking for something kind of similar, but you can't get all the way to Duluth, that's an option.
So many out there. Good stuff.
All right, if you're looking for another spot closer to the metro and not Mankato to check out holiday decor, the Landscape Arboretum, they've got it all.
Garden Guy Dale K live for a look at some of the fun for the whole family. And there's some indoor options too, which is nice thinking about this weekend, Dale.
Yeah, funny you should say that. That's exactly where I am this morning. It's all up here. You know, you got to be smart when you're talking about outdoors at this time of year. As you mentioned, we're live here at the Minnesota Landscape Arboretum. Lots of things to do, especially as we inch closer to the holidays. And something new this year are these, you probably saw a couple there behind me, 52 individually themed, botanically themed trees to tell us about those and a whole lot more about what's going on here at the Arboretum this holiday season. Wendy Composto, events coordinator here. Let's start with the trees because that's new.
Yeah, oh my gosh, they were so much fun this year. Lots to see inside. As you said, 52 different trees from local florists, community partners, and some of them the Arboretum. But this one right here is the Minnesota Mycological Society. So really, these companies and individuals putting their passion into the tree.
Yeah, exactly. And for layman's terms, that's a mushroom tree. That fancy word. This is one of your favorite. This is your favorite this year.
Oh my gosh, all the butterflies and pollinator things. The closer you look, the more details you find. There's dried flowers in there and bees. And yeah, it's just, like I said, that people's passions are going into these trees.
Exactly. And they're all somewhat botanically themed, correct?
Yes. Yes, to go with our overall winter lights, which is botanically themed as well.
Okay, so we talked about the cold weather. You have some things coming up this week.
Yes.
Tell us about those.
Well, tonight we have a family night, so cookies and cocoa and craft for the kids. And then this weekend we have a December gift market. So if you are still looking for holiday gifts, we have over 30 vendors that will be out here, and they'll be here all day long during the day and then also during winter lights. So I know it's going to be cold, but inside it's going to be warm and plenty of things to do here at the Arboretum.
And to tell you, actually, honestly, I was thinking about actually going to a winter market, outdoor winter market this weekend, but I'm glad you're having one inside. Tell us a little bit about winter lights. We're looking at some of that beautiful footage right now.
Oh, wonderful. Winter lights, this is our 8th year of doing winter lights. It's a mile-long path, but we do have a beautiful warming house. The Ordway shelter is snugly warm, and that is also where our fire pits and s'mores are. So, and indoor we have Rootstock, which is offering delicious, warm, family-friendly meals.
It's partly inside and outside, right? Or is it all outside?
Well, this year with the indoor forest, it's partly inside for walking through the building, but then outside is about a mile path.
Perfect. And roughly, I don't want to put you on the spot, but roughly how many lights? Is it like thousands of how many?
Oh, thousands. I would say 1 million lights out there with that whole mile worth. And then we have some new things this year. We have this giant snowflake, and we have 2 giant golden stars. And Minnesota Valley Electric brought out light poles for us.
I saw those. I drove past those. They're kind of right at the end of the 3-mile drive. Looking back here live, there's a few more of those wonderfully themed trees. But without a doubt, you cannot miss the poinsettia tree. Tell us a little bit about this year's theme, Wendy.
Well, this year's theme, I love pink. So we have a beautiful pink and white tree. And it's 20 feet tall and 400 plants on here. And it's a photo op for sure. We have so many people that come and sit on this little bench and get their traditional family photo.
Perfect. And as far as the plant itself, it has some history behind it.
It does.
Where is it from? Where is the poinsettia from? And this name, I guess, namesake.
Well, they're native to Mexico, and so definitely
An Aztec.
An Aztec tradition. And you know, they're just a festive, beautiful plant. And this tree itself has been at the Arboretum for over 10 years. And each one of those plants is individually watered with a whole watering system inside.
Perfect, perfect. Now, of course, you can do a lot of things outdoors as well. Of course, there's the winter lights. But most importantly, this year, snowshoeing is back on the cards, which is really, really fun. Last year, actually not quite enough snow for snowshoeing, so you can come here with your snowshoes. If you don't have snowshoes, you can rent them here for a small fee. And then I should also mention as well that membership at the Arboretum makes a great holiday gift. So if you're looking for that last minute gift, membership here. And I should also mention that they have a wonderful little gift shop here as well. Lots of garden and great themed gifts for stockings and a whole lot more. With that, we'll send it back to you. And I'll stop out of the way so you can catch a glimpse of that beautiful poinsettia tree. There it is.
She's a beaut. That's awesome. Good stuff, Dale. And yeah, fear not, there's plenty of snow this year.
Huh? Plenty.
There's a lot. All right, speaking of that, this winter we've had a heavy dose of snow so far. We're only mid-December. It can be exhausting to keep up with.
Yep, I can say that for sure. But before you grab the shovel, Dina Santafonte warns about the risks to your heart.
In HealthWorks, we can't ignore it. The snow is coming down, and you know what happens next. We need to move it out, but you have to be very careful.
If you don't have a snowblower yet, you might want to add that to your gift list. Racing to remove that snow from your driveway or sidewalk can make your body feel like it's actually running a race. Corewell Health Director Emeritus of Cardiac Rehab, Barry Franklin, is one of the leading experts when it comes to studying the cardiac impact of shoveling.
Number one, it involves arm work. People don't realize it, but arm work is more taxing on the heart than leg work. Number two, when you're shoveling, you're oftentimes largely standing still. If you're walking on a treadmill, you're moving those legs and the blood comes back to the heart and the head. But if you're just standing still, blood tends to pool in the lower extremities. The heart's beating fast and it's not getting enough blood and oxygen.
So shoveling is really demanding on your heart, raising both heart rate and blood pressure.
Thirdly, you're straining. It's called isometric or static exertion. Fourthly, sometimes when you lift a heavy load, it's called a Valsalva. Breath holding causes big increases in heart rate and blood pressure.
And remember, it's not just what's on the ground that's problematic. The air you're breathing can create cardiovascular challenges.
And lastly, the cold temperatures plus the wind chill factor constricts blood vessels, raising blood pressure, constricting the coronary arteries, which feed the heart muscle. It's a perfect storm.
The doctor says if you are over the age of 55, if you have a history of high cholesterol, high blood pressure, if you're a heavy smoker, obese, inactive, really consider not shoveling and consider hiring that job out. That's HealthWorks. I'm Dina Santafonte.
All right, McDonald's facing some backlash now after putting out a holiday commercial. This is in the Netherlands, and it was all made with AI. Let's watch some of it.
It's the most terrible time of the year. All the shops turn to mayhem, even Santa knows space, and the tree redecorating your place. It's the most terrible time of the year.
Okay, so the idea is then, okay, we'll just go to McDonald's and make it easy, right? Or whatever. The YouTube comments on this commercial, wow, so negative. The company actually shut off the ability for people to comment and then eventually delisted the video, but you know, it's always out there. McDonald's, you can't get rid of it. Someone saved it and here it is. People said it was lazy, it was soulless, asking why couldn't you hire real creatives? Why AI? The production company behind it defending the work, saying the team spent 7 weeks generating thousands of takes on this. The thing is, too, is like the ad's kind of funny and a little bit relatable in the sense of like all of these things that potentially do go wrong and it's like stressful and whatever. And it might have been, I don't want to say praised, but like it could have been well perceived if it had not been AI, because it's like, okay, we can all relate to like, especially this time of year, not everything goes according to plan.
Yeah.
And it's like maybe not the most terrible time of year, but like, whew, you know,
things will go wrong and inevitably the stress is high.
But like, again,
and also like going into a McDonald's is gonna like make everything better. I'm not like hating them. It's just like you can't say that about any one place. Like here we go, we're your shelter. Now all that went wrong there, don't you worry.
Yeah.
Okay. Target has a new plan to help with some lower sales. They're putting a new focus on fashion. The retailer opened its new concept in New York City this week. If you're not looking at your screen, this is their Target fashion store. The shelves and displays all have creative designs, making the store look more like a boutique. The store will also have seasonal curated section that will partner with New York City trendsetters. It will also rotate much of its collections every month, including fashion, beauty, and home decor. Target's trying to get back to growth after nearly 4 years of stagnant sales.
Target boutique. Remember when everybody used to call it that? I guess maybe they want to try to get back to that. I don't know.
Target.
I mean, maybe that works in New York. I don't see that like working in Coon Rapids, Eden Prairie. Like, where's my toilet paper? Like, where's the...
Well, my thing is that I can find some fashion, right? I can, if I want clothes, I can find them right here, but then I can also walk over and get a hand towel, and then I can grab my granola bars and like head out.
Exactly.
So I'm not going there just for the fashion or just for the makeup.
Frankly, I usually get bamboozled by not going for the fashion. Then I'm like, well, I'll grab this. Like, it's more of like, it's an afterthought, you know, of like, oh, well, I'm here. Like, this is a cute sweater. Cute. Like, I'm going to grab this.
I've been trying to do the drive up more, because then you can't peruse and buy extra.
Yeah,
you just get what you need. But then also sometimes when you forget something, you're like, now I have to park and go in.
I know, that is the worst. All right, Bath & Body Works has some fresh scents, and people, not all of them are loving it. So the company released food-inspired candles. Ooh. Take a look at your screen here. Scents include chips and salsa, dill light, pizza and ranch, all part of their annual Candle Day sale. Some people love this idea, love the smell, others not so much. One person commenting on the pizza and ranch combo, saying it almost made them throw up because of the smell. I do love ranch and pizza combo.
But like a savory food scent is definitely not something a lot of people are craving, and then also you don't actually have pizza there.
See, that's my thing. So you light this in your house, like, you know, you're like, oh, and then you come home and you're like, oh yes, my husband ordered pizza. No, false. It's chicken tonight. And then you're just disappointed.
Dill light one could really bamboozle people because it looks like a traditional candle. Those other ones had the weird pictures on it, so you would light it and then be like,
maybe it's like a white elephant gift. You know?
Or for someone that isn't your favorite.
Oh, okay.
I got a stinky candle once from somebody, and I was like,
what are you trying to tell me?
I think this person hates me.
Oh. It was. Did you ever get to the bottom of it? Are you still friends with the person?
I'll tell you more in the break.
Okay.
Yes. Next up, a recent addition to Instagram, causing some frustration for folks. There's a new repost button. The goal is to share someone else's photo or video with your own followers. It's a small button. A lot of people are hitting it without meaning to. And since its addition, a lot of people have complained with those saying they accidentally shared posts from exes or high school classmates they hadn't spoken to in years. It is easy to undo. That's the good news. You just need to tap the repost button again.
Yeah. Well, and some of it too, people have been talking about too, like their old videos too. So, you know, it'll be, you know, you're reposting a video from 2 years ago.
You're like, no.
And it's like, well, wait, no. One, why did this pop up again 2 years ago? Instagram, annoying. And then you're, you know, resharing something that not only did you not want to reshare, but then it's old. And it's like, what's going on here?
There's also a really easy way to accidentally video call people.
Correct.
I
have done that as well.
Done that a few times and then felt very like, depending on the time of day or who it was, I was like, I'm so sorry. I was not trying to call you, I promise.
Stop. Yes, I've done it. All right, good times coming up here on Good Day. If you are looking for items, stocking stuffer, maybe coworker, some of those smaller gift ideas, we've got you covered here this morning.
Honestly, like, these are my favorite. Makeup expert Hillary Klein joins us. She's got those stocking stuffers for us. Really cute bath sets, press-on nails. Good Day. We'll be right back.
Oz.com.
We're playing your favorite Christmas songs as we roll through this hour of Good Day. Here's Karen's It's Christmas Canon from the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Was that Morgan Freeman sitting there?
I don't think
I was
so.
confused for a moment about...
I do love this one too, so much.
Same. Yep, absolutely.
Kind of makes me tear up, not gonna lie.
And you're gonna hear a lot of that because Christmas is coming up just 2 weeks away. If you didn't already know.
Yeah, if you still have people to buy for, we have some gift inspiration from the beauty aisle. We've got our expert Hillary Klein. She's in. Table full of maybe stocking stuffer ideas, smaller little add-ons. Let's talk big picture here. When it comes to stocking stuffers for you, main idea, tips when you're looking at some of those smaller travel size or smaller things. What's your take?
It can definitely get overwhelming, especially this time of year where it's like, okay, we've got so many different sets, so many different gift sets. But what I like to look for first is I think about travel size. Look for those minis. Those are super fun and budget friendly, easy to try. I also think go universal. So think lip balms, hand creams, sheet masks, hair accessories, and some of the items that I'm going to showcase today too. Prioritize quality. So small items, they can still feel luxe as well. And then stick to neutrals. So if you're going to get eyeshadow palettes or lip products, think about nudes, soft pinks, clear glosses. Those are really safe picks. And then 2, giftable packaging. Cute packaging hates to see me coming, let me tell you that, because there's so many cute holiday designs, they just suck me in.
They do. Well, and that's the goal. That's the idea. It's working.
Marketing 101.
You've got some ideas for us. And should we start with that cute packaging right here?
Yes, let's start with press-on nails. I actually did mine this morning. I clocked it 15 minutes. Quite proud of myself.
They look fabulous.
Thank you so much. You know, I love going to the salon, but sometimes you just don't have enough time. So I feel like these press-on nails make a really good stocking stuffer gift. So these are from Glamnetic. They're cute. They're compact. They're really going to be a hit. It gives you that salon quality without having to have an appointment, but do pack your patience. I am, like I said, shocked that I did these in 15 minutes. Long lasting, so some can last up to a month. It really depends on how you prep your nails. There's so many different designs, different lengths, and it's really going to add some glam this holiday season.
What's the key for getting these off?
You know what? You pray a little bit. Just kidding. You gotta go gently, but I use like acetone, which is not the greatest thing. Some people have used like olive oil or shea butter and just let that sit on for a little bit so you don't damage the nail.
I thought you might have a tip. That's why I asked, because I've just had to, you know,
and hope for the best.
Yeah, basically.
And then recover for like 4 months on your nails.
Exactly.
Mascara and lip balm.
Yes, so we've got these great sets by Essence. I love them because, you know me, I'm a budget-friendly girly. But this mascara set that's closest to you, Kelly, I love these. These are viral, so these are their Lash Princess mascaras. I carry them in my professional kit. I love them so much. I love drugstore, you know, mascaras. I have yet to be convinced to use a higher-end one, so if anyone has recommendations and you think it's better than this one, please tell me. Let me know.
I love that.
But there's a great variety. And then we have the gloss set over here. So Shane, put a little bit of that gloss on your hand here. So like I said earlier, go for those soft pinks, those neutrals, those clears. They're fun, festive, glittery. You know, they're great. They're great for teens. They're great for all ages, honestly.
Yeah, got some good shine to it. Wait. Smell test.
Smell test.
Oh, smells good. You know, sometimes you put on the gloss and you're like,
ooh,
what
am I eating?
Next up here, another set, different take, but another set.
Yes, so this one's by Tarte. I love the packaging. It includes 2 products in the whole set. So we've got their #1 concealer, and then we also have their Juicy Lip Plump. So you're getting those 2 best sellers in one gift.
Look at
Cute
this.
packaging. I'm telling you,
kidding me?
look at the sparkles.
Someone did some bedazzling.
There's also a cute, do you see the little charm of the little candy cane in the packaging?
I do like that.
Oh, so you get that fun mix of practical and fun, and it's perfect for that holiday glam.
They went on packaging. That works. Okay, next up, concealer?
No, we
we're
just
doing
did
this.
concealer. We're going to touch on
did.
these, which is Touchland. So speaking of practical gifts, I sometimes feel like practical gifts are underrated, but these are great from Touchland. So they're sleek, they're stylish. We've got these kits right here where you have a little bit of the hand sanitizer as well as the body mist. Super hydrating. It doesn't smell like that alcohol-y kind of smell.
It's not like you're putting tequila in your hands.
Nope, you know, a spritz a day
sometimes
keeps
that's
those
what you want, but
germs
whatever.
away.
Just kidding. Didn't you say these are popular with the kiddos?
All of
like
the
tweens
are rocking multiple of these, which I'm always like, hey, if you put sanitizer on because
good.
you like it,
exactly.
I'm not going to complain about that. I will buy you Touchland. Yes, absolutely.
You said that was a body shimmer. Now we've got like a body scrub going on here.
We got the body scrub. So these are by Tree Hut. You got 3 different scents here. Smaller fits great in your stocking. It's exfoliating and moisturizing. So you've got those sugar kind of crystals in there that's going to help with exfoliation. And then you also have shea butter. So it's going to be very nourishing. Great for all ages. A nice little pampering gift.
Absolutely. Okay, another favorite of the tweens, but
yes,
everybody should love this stuff because it smells so good.
This is a cute little set by Sol de Janeiro. So I went to a beauty store last night and I asked my beauty manager friend, I'm like, what is flying off the shelves? And she's like, these. And I'm like, sold. So these are great little body mists, body butter. Smells delicious, but it's not overpowering. And we were talking about that before the show of how your daughter uses it. And it's not too strong, but gives that nice kind of light scent. Tuck them in your stockings. Great for beauty lovers, friends.
Sometimes I spray it in the dance bag.
Coworkers.
The shoes get a little.
Mask the sweat, mask the stinky feet.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, a little sweaty in there.
Will it test the hockey bag test? That would be.
And do they want to smell?
I don't know.
The boys want to smell like.
Take one home, try it.
Well, my kid doesn't play hockey, but I'm just like, I was thinking, my mind went there. Have you ever smelled one of those bags? It's like,
I don't know if I want to, Kelly.
Hillary, good stuff as always. Thank you. For more beauty advice, head to her website, Klein Artistry, and then you can follow her along same name on Instagram.
All right, good day. We'll be right back.
fun holiday song. This has been fun. This morning we asked on Facebook, we asked you, what are your favorite Christmas songs? Sam picked Christmas in the City by Pentatonix. I'd never heard that one.
Okay, I hadn't either.
like that.
And in that very short clip, super on board.
I am too.
I want more.
Yeah.
I did also go listen to Fairy Tale in Philadelphia.
Yes, and thoughts?
So they can sing. I did not know. It's a little like slow and operatic for my style.
Do you think it should be number 2?
No.
That's my point.
No, but they did take it seriously. I thought that was like a joke or a parody.
Good job, Kelsey Brothers. All right, we were chatting about holiday cards here earlier in the show, and we've got one that we wanted to share.
Yeah, this one right here. And this looks like this was crafted. It's really beautiful. There's several layers here. It's got the 3D effect, some texture to it. And we thank you, Margie Kobo from Inver Grove Heights. She says she's been watching many years. She says it's the only station I watch in the morning, and we appreciate that. Keep doing that.
Thank you, Margie.
Yeah, beautiful card.
Yeah, if you'd like to take part in the card exchange, still time. You send us a card to this address on the screen, and then we'll send you one of ours in return. And yes, we might feature yours on the air as well. Let's go back to our poll question today. Do you send holiday cards like Margie? Yes, no, yes. Leading the way at this point, 52%. Fox9.com/poll. We're just talking about how popular it is or not popular, depending on your circle.
I mean, I love getting them.
Yeah.
I just wish I had more time to send them. Thanks for watching Fox 9. Good day. It is.
The Jason Show is coming up next. Have a great day, everybody.
Why do we have coffee beans just sitting here at the meeting table?
Because the coffee beans are in mourning because the coffee machine is still broken.
Still broken?
Yeah. My entire office smells like coffee, though.
Don't bring that up. Jeff spilled the entire Starbucks coffee the moment I gave it to him this morning. It's all over his floor. He looks like he's being potty trained. He has like a potty pad underneath his desk.
The problem with regular pee pads is that your dog will pee anywhere on the pad, but the Bullseye pee pads have concentrated pheromones that attract your dog to the center of the pad only. It even locks in odors and releases a pleasant scent.
Here we go.
Let's make it a good day. We do it our own way. Sing it out every day. Yeah, let's make it a good day.
Thank you, everybody. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? I love you already. I love you already. Aaron loves you already. That's right. By the way, Jeff is 100% potty trained. I do want everyone to know. 99. First up, everybody, a warning. If you have a significant other that's acting a little different today. Because get this, December 11th is considered the most popular day of the year to break up with someone. Watch it, girly. Anyway, it's based on information from Facebook. When people change their relationship status, analysts believe it's because the day is far enough away from Christmas not to be cruel. That's right. And then you can also not buy them a present. There we go. I will never, ever, ever break up with her. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Fallon. Hello, friends.
You don't do a ton of Christmas shopping, right? Like you and Colin don't really do gifts for each other?
We don't. We do a trip. That's what we do. That's our gift to each other. I'll get something for the Dar, for my mother. She enjoys, she loves a card. Lord have mercy, she loves a card. And then I'll get her wherever we are. I'll get her something. I like to do that. She loves purses. I always like to get her fun purses. Do you guys do gifts?
Yeah, we, especially we have like a 6-year-old, so she's very, very excited for Santa to visit. But Jake and I do get each other gifts. I don't care about like Valentine's Day, really. But Christmas, I'm not going to reveal, but I did get Jake a very fancy gift this year.
Did you? Wow. Did you tell me what it is? No, I don't think you've told me what it is.
No, I haven't. I haven't told anyone.
Is he going to be excited? He better be excited if it's fancy.
He's going to be excited. He's like the kind of person that never gets himself anything, but when I see something fancy I want, he'll be like, you deserve it. You should get it. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to get him something fancy this year.
That's so nice. I love that. I'm buying Colin a cruise. I mean, that's, that's fine.
All right, you win. That's way fancier than what I got Jake.
We do it together. We go in together. Hey, I have a gift for you guys, though. So we just got this. They just handed this to us. We've been showing you the little graphic, but this is the holiday mug this year for the Jason Show. Oh, thank you for your excitement on that one. But this is our winter one. That's right. It'll be available. We picked this out. I take this stuff seriously. Oh, look at my hand modeling stuff.
Is the bottom like a clay terracotta thing?
It's like a terracotta bottom, which was, by the way, my nickname in junior high. But there we go.
Can I ask why?
That's a long story. I'll tell you after the show. Anyway,
Jeff, no.
Can I tell you one more thing before we go?
Yeah.
Thank you. I have yet another thing to worry about with this damn house. I got to tell you, first, thank you. First it was lawn mowing and where to put the lawn. Now it's the damn snow blower. I got to buy like an $18,000 one. And now yesterday, Colin told me yesterday I got to worry about ice dams. Now I don't know what ice dam. I've never had to worry about an ice dam.
Well, if you're like in Florida watching, you're like, never heard of it in my life.
I had to ask him what it was. I still don't quite understand what it is. But it's like the ice forming on the gutter. So he had to go to Menards this morning to get an ice brush or a snow brush for the roof. I'm like, I thank God he's doing it, because I would never. Can you imagine me?
No.
He just did it. I don't know. I'm very grateful, but I wouldn't even know where to go in Menards to find an ice or snow brush for your roof.
I know. Is it the same place you get the one for your windshield for your car? I don't know.
No.
Everyone said no immediately.
It's big, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And now the ice dam, like what? I don't know how it formed. The dogs keep looking up at it like it's an alien.
So you have one?
We have, yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
Now, why are you doing that to me? Now I'm going to worry about it.
That can be expensive to fix.
That's...
Unless you hire Eric, and he can come out and do shirtless work again for you.
A photographer Eric will do it for me, Let's get started, everybody. It's time for the hot dish. Roll it, Leo. Let's do this. to some hot topics. Her favorite subject. It is a very big week for Taylor Swift fans. Her much anticipated docuseries, The End of an Era, hits Disney Plus on Friday. 2 of the 6 episodes will come out. Then the rest will come out over the next 2 Fridays. Y'all got that? Well, then listen to this. The first episode, if you don't have Disney Plus, don't worry. The first episode will also air on ABC Friday night, along with 1 hour of the separate concert movie. That's a lot to keep track of.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. Taylor stopped by The Late Show to promote the series, and Stephen asked her about performing the show even on bad days.
When I'm on tour, especially the Eras tour, I just make a decision at the beginning of the tour that there's no option to not go on stage. That's not an option. And it's not an option to perform. I mean, you're not like, oh, I think I'll do this show at like a level 6 tonight. That's not an option. Even if you have like the stomach flu, which I had multiple times during the tour, my goal was like, never let them know you have the stomach flu. I think that it's also about knowing that there is something bigger than you. And for me on that tour, the bigger thing was these people have saved up their money. They have rearranged their schedules. They have arranged transportation. They have had parties. They have created costumes. They have made friendship bracelets. I'm doing the show.
That's nice. Not everyone would be like that.
No.
Not every performer does that. Swift never missed a show during the Eras tour, but did have to cancel shows in Vienna because you guys remember that she had those security threats. That was out of her control.
That was the only one that was canceled. Now that stunk for people who flew to Vienna for that show.
But at least you're in Vienna.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah.
For one show to be canceled over the course of basically like 2 years is kind of impressive.
And we do have to apologize for the placement of our graphic because when we call them supers, when the super came on, it looked like she was naked.
It did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, beautiful dress though.
It was stunning, yeah.
Beautiful, stunning dress.
Truly, yeah.
I mean, again, she looked like she was naked. I apologize. Colbert asked Taylor a question that she struggled to answer. Now, you're probably thinking, oh, was it a personal question? No. It's about her favorite songs. Watch this.
I think number 1 is All Too Well, the 10-minute version. I'm really obsessed with The Life of a Showgirl right now, the whole album. So I can't really do any of the others, except I will say somewhere in this list I think is going to be a song called Mirror Ball from the Folklore album.
Put it 3.
It's like, you know, like it came on the other day. A friend sent it to me, and she was like talking about it, and I put it on, and I was just like, you know. And then you asked me this question, so I said it.
There we go. Taylor said she'll give Stephen a full list before he leaves in May or when he becomes a podcaster. Do you, would you put Mirror, you're such a big fan, what would you put on off the top of your head, what would you put on the list?
That's a great question.
Thank you.
So I think Mirror Ball would probably be in like a top 20 situation for me. All Too Well, I think, is universally every Swiftie's like favorite Taylor Swift song, which is interesting because it wasn't even a single. And then she released this 10-minute version with her re-records. I would probably put Out of the Woods on there. I would probably put, there's a song called, God, I like Daylight or Clean a lot. I have a ton, and they're not the main songs. When you
like that, though.
When you work in radio, some of the main hits, like a Shake It Off, are I can hear it again, but I don't necessarily seek it out.
You start twitching a little bit. Yeah,
because I've heard it too many times.
Colbert dedicated his entire show to the interview when we learned that Taylor has something in common with our very own Fallon. She loves audiobooks, and she went on, and she went on to describe her perfect audiobook.
If you've got like an old, like rambling shambles old British mansion covered in moss or ivy, and there's like a mysterious relationship, and he may not be what he seems, and there's like a murder that has happened in the past, but you hear whispers of it. There's like the idea of a ghost or an actual ghost. If you present me with a plot line where there's like a family compound on an island off the coast of Maine, there's secrets in this family, right? This brother, like, what's going on with him? Why don't we know where he's been for 10 years? Why did he just show up? Do you know what I mean? If there's a marriage and the marriage isn't what it seems, and it seems like this dude is like, clearly, like, why are you with him? He's horrible to you. Oh, plot twist, unreliable narrator. She's the psycho. If you got any of that, I'm gonna need to read that. And when I say read that, I'm gonna need someone to read that to me.
Yes.
I get it. You love an audiobook.
I finished one yesterday that I would highly recommend called Remarkably Bright Creatures, and it's wonderful if you haven't listened. It's about a woman and an octopus, and it sounds crazy, but octopus, they are very remarkably bright creatures.
They are, and that's why I feel bad eating them.
Yeah.
Like I do, I get guilt.
It was a lovely story.
I'm obsessed currently, no joke. I love the audio, the new audio. I've mentioned this before, the audio version of the Harry Potter series. Yeah. They have a whole cast doing the sound effects and different voices, and usually just one person. It's on Audible, and I'm listening to it in my car, and I don't want to get out of my car.
No, it's great.
It's fantastic. I got out of my car because I had to do the show, but yeah. We have more Dish when we come back. Back in a moment. I gotta do more audiobooks.
Or to explore.
Welcome back to our show. We're glad you're here. We are releasing the fun today. Welcome back to the show. More Dish. It's the clip popping up. It's the clip popping up everywhere these past few days, proving that we all handle grief and loss in different ways. Will Arnett was a guest on Conan O'Brien's wonderful podcast. I love this podcast. The two are really good friends, if you guys don't know. And Will brought up the death of Conan's parents. If you don't know, sadly, they died within days of each other last December. And Will shared the story of a text exchange he had with Conan at the time involving their mutual friend, Jason Bateman. Listen to this.
I hear that your dad passes away, and I text you that day or the next day, and I said, hey, listen, I'm sorry to hear about your dad's passing, sending love from our family to yours. Mm-hmm. And you wrote, thank you, Will. To be honest, I blame Bateman.
For the death of my father.
The day after his father dies.
Yeah.
Right. So I wrote, it's not a terrible theory. And Conan texted me back, he killed my dad.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
My dad, can I say, in fairness, my dad would have loved this.
Okay. I tell Bateman this, we're dying, we're doing a thing that day. So the next day, Bateman texts you, and he says, Arnett tells me you're on to me.
Yes.
And Conan texts Bateman, he says, Bateman, do yourself a favor, turn yourself in. Right? 2 days after your dad passes, of course, your mom passed away.
Yeah, which I did not see coming.
Which you did not see coming. So I text you 2 days after. I knew you were in Boston. I said, Bateman is asking for your sister's street address. A day and a half later, you texted back, just seeing this now, fantastic. 625 Boylston Street, apartment 12C. Tell Bateman to make it look like a robbery.
Oh, my God. You know what's weird? I swear to God, this is how I grieve.
I know.
Everyone has their way, and it was so comforting to me to screw around with you guys at that moment. It just was. And so if that makes me a madman, then so be it.
That clip has millions of views, right? Millions? 8 million, Jeff? I got to tell you, I say that all the time. And I try to practice it. I really don't think you should ever judge how other people grieve. Everyone handles things right. Everyone handles things in very different ways. For me, I'm that. I use humor. I like a joke that seems completely inappropriate just to crack the stress. And I'll talk more about it next week, but we had this situation a week or so ago. We lost a family member. And again, I'll get into it next week. But and luckily I had my friend Jeff with me. Colin and I had Jeff with us at the time. My best friends Haley and Lisa, and we were sitting. We were in Vegas when this happened. We got the news, and thank God for them. And we laughed. We of course cried a lot, and then we laughed our arse off, and we're laughing about ridiculous things, and the bartenders were there. We were sitting at we were at Martha Stewart's, for heaven's sake, and the bartenders, made a joke in it, and that's how we did it. And I got to tell you, it helped Colin, and it helped the whole situation. But you do you, whatever helps you go through those moments,
It's hard to it's awful to judge someone by how they're grieving too. Because most people when they're grieving, they don't know. No one knows how to properly grieve. It's like you're just doing a lot of the time you're just trying to get by. You're trying to get through it. So in the moment, because you have a lot, when you lose someone, there are things you have to do, and it's weird. You have especially if it's a very close family member, you have to do all of these things, and you're you don't even have time to grieve. And then it hits you, they say, in waves and unexpected times, right? So to judge would be a crazy thing to do.
I lost my dad at 40. He was 49, and I wasn't close to my dad at all. And I remember at we weren't close at all. But I obviously was at the wake, the showing, and the nurses that took care of him, they came to the funeral home and they were wailing. And I'll never forget this. They were wailing, they were crying, and I was not crying. I had a very different, and they were describing me oh my God, your dad was this. And I